Sorry about that, guys. Running late this morning. I had to run out of the house. The whole place is like in disarray. There's like the bags from CrimeCon is like all on the floor, like right there. Haven't really settled in really yet, kind of. Good morning. So they're supposed to be doing Taylor Schuabusiness' sentencing this morning. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Thank you for waiting on me. Okay, I think they started already. Let me see here. Hold on. Oh no, this is somebody else. My bad. That's somebody else. I thought that was the Taylor thing. Taylor Schuabusiness. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, it didn't start yet. All right. So I got that on the screen. Actually, let me fix this real quick while we get set up. Hold on. Didn't start yet. Yo, good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Welcome back. Did you get notifications? Taylor Schuabusiness. Business, my business. Stay the F up on my business. Cause it's mine, oh my. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. There's only one network. Okay, so Law and Crime. Looks like they're the only ones doing it. Good morning. You guys got notifications? Cool. Let me see. Man, I tried to fry my 2 eggs and sausage for sandwiches and saw I had no bread for toast. Oh, you know what I did, bro, the other day, man? I just, sometimes I just grab like a piece of cheese out of the fridge or like a snack, I ate this whole cheese. I thought it tasted a little bit funny. Later on, when I went back to the fridge to look at the cheese, all the other cheeses had mold on it. It's like, fuck. Am I gonna die? But apparently I'm okay though. What's up, man? Good morning. I guess it's time to get back to like the rhythm, doing live streams, content, all that good stuff. Back home. Only Twitch notifications. Let me check my phone. Let me see. Do I have my phone on me? No, of course not. Of course I don't have my phone on me. Hold on. Okay. So let's see if I got notification on my other account. I was trying to, as many brushes that I have, somehow they're all missing. All the brushes, I don't know where the fuck they're at. All my brushes are gone. I have a shitload of brushes everywhere. They're all gone simultaneously. Let's see. Mason. Oh, I don't have notifications. I used it up yesterday. Shit. All right, so let me tweet this out. I guess if you guys could help me out with the likes. Please use a keyframe frequency for 4 seconds or less. So I screwed something up. God, my life. Let me see. Stream. Output. Replay buffer. The hell is that? That's so weird. It's like my settings have changed or something. I guess, let me see. I guess next time I'm offline, I'm going to have to mess with the settings. I don't know what's going on. Does the stream looks okay for you guys, though? You got Twitch and Facebook. Okay. Oh, that's sad. I didn't realize I used up my notifications yesterday. How, man? I haven't even been on really much lately. The $300 brush is here somewhere. I definitely brought it back with me. I don't remember what bag I put it in. Kayla, good morning. How you doing? Hola. I had a little Chick-fil-A this morning breakfast. I had the sausage, egg, put some bacon in there like the bowl. No hash brown. Damn, I see you looking Andrews. I'm here to stay. Thank you for the 24 months. Amazing. Emily B, thank you for the 5 months. Amazing. Good morning, Mel Mods in chat. And wow, Miss Mojo Rising, 24 months. Loving you at Crime Con. Brilliant. Thank you. Also, I saw Jane A. Thank you for the gifting the memberships. I believe you gifted 5 memberships before the live even started. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the super chat. Says I didn't mean to be rude in chat, but it is what it is. Cheers to forgiveness. I don't even know what you said. If you were, I don't know what you said. But it's all love. Where's my thank you for the super chat? So for the people that don't know, if you don't know who Taylor Schabusiness is, right? Oh, let me tweet this out too. I forgot to tweet. Taylor Schabusiness, and I gotta forget. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this error that I'm getting. I don't know what this is. I thought my keyframes are fine. I don't really ever mess around with it, but keyframes. Okay. So I'll fix this when the stream is over. Taylor Schabusiness is somebody that was with this guy. And honestly, I forgot his name. Oops, I feel a little bad. I can think of his face and everything. I don't know why his name slipped for me. Someone in the chat probably knows. Let me look him up. Probably. Oh, Shad. Yeah, Shad Therion. They were, I guess, both doing meth in the basement of his mother's house. And, you know, she put some chain link thing around his neck and kept on strangling him. Like, tighter and tighter and tighter until, like, eventually, I guess he started coughing blood, turning purple or something. And she killed him and then continued to do things to his body, sexual stuff, with toys and everything. Like, it was just crazy. And then decapitates him. And I think what she did was, like, because people were wondering when we were watching the trial and they showed, like, the body cam video, I think when the cops first walked in, a lot of people were kind of surprised. My mic is messed up. A lot of people were surprised how clean the scene was. Like, let me fix this. Testing. Okay. Testing. Testing. I gotta fix all this shit. Everything's out of whack. I don't know. A lot of people were surprised that there wasn't that much blood. And I think what they said he did was, like, she put him to the edge of, I don't know, the bed or, like, whatever they're on, and she drained his blood, I think, into a bucket. I think she poured it down, like, the bathroom, the drain or something like that. So she cut off his head, cut off his penis, left those in a bucket, and then, like, dismembered him as well. And his mother eventually came to the basement when she wasn't there, and she found the bucket with her son's head and the other thing. So she was also a Jeffrey Dahmer fan. She seemed like she was big into Jeffrey Dahmer. A pretty crazy, wicked story. Let me see if anything else we can pull up on her. I don't know if they have any new stuff on her. She also, for those that don't know, she attacked her attorney. One of her attorneys. Let me see here real quick. Let me see if I can pull up the video. I got a few things I got to do with this. Some of the settings. Schuabusiness. Taylor. And that chick didn't seem remorseful at all. She was smiling in the courtroom and shit. Why I never posted this video? We could watch this while we wait. Why did I ever post that? I don't know. Okay, let's show first where, just the beginning of this. We don't need to watch the whole thing. Where she attacks this guy. Hey, what's up, iCkEdMeL? Weird. Wait, I didn't show her. Oh, this is the probable cause. I didn't show where she actually attacked this guy. This nut. It is. Attacks her own attorney.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
All right. Oh, that shit crazy, bro. Wait till I tell you the story about her. Why are they so relaxed in there, though? Stop it. Please stop it, you nut job. But keep the cameras rolling. Keep the cameras rolling. Roll. This is great content.
Rachel, call.
And they're all just chilling. Everybody's just chicks going psycho. What is up, iCkEdMeL? Chicken going psycho. Don't trust nobody. Oh!
Stop.
Oh, Lord!
Stop it.
You got slippers on, too. Oh, my God.
Rachel, call.
Yeah, he can barely keep her down. And she's handcuffed.
Taylor, relax, Taylor.
Taylor, stop.
I need to give her a sedative. Oh my gosh. My hair was like, I have a lot more hair there, right?
She's got your cord.
Calmate.
Clear the courtroom.
Oh, that's nice. Somebody moved the cord. Yeah, that was when she attacked her attorney. Like snapped. We can also look at the body cam. I meant to post this. I never posted the body cam video. I guess it was when we were watching the trial. They show some of that too for the people that haven't seen it. And yeah, if you guys could help me out with the like button, I appreciate that. Or share out the video. I apparently I used up all my notifications, so I guess sometimes it's like that or whatever. Let me pull up this other video here. Wow. Here we go.
Playing exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Elizabeth, thank you for the membership. Good morning. Good morning, Mel. Glad you're covering this trial for us. That's I thought that came up now. That's actually the video I'm playing at that time. My bad. Courthouse Cat, thank you for the 6-month membership. Says, hey, Mel and all. Hope all good. We missed you, Mel. Thank you. Yeah, I'm back. I'm good. April B12, thank you for the 12 months. Amazing. We're good. Good morning. Rise and shine. Wake up early. Oh, thank you, Four Sons Mom. Yeah, I was on Webstools last night. I had a really good conversation with her. And I met her in person too. She was really sweet. Crazy ass audio. You got YouTube and Twitch notifications. Jane, thank you.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it because I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision. And she's like, is that what I think it is? Like,
So for people that are wondering what this is, the mother had found her son's decapitated head in a bucket and his penis. The mother, I don't know if that's a husband or like a boyfriend or something. That's the guy here talking as well. So they called 911. This is the body cam of like when the police responded to that. And by the way, we're waiting for the hearing. It hasn't started yet. So we're just chilling until it actually starts. So I'm showing this to people that haven't seen this body cam.
I don't fucking know. What the fuck is it?
Do I just stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Yeah.
Right there. Look right. There's a bucket when it's taller.
Just keep my head.
Good morning, Katrina. I don't know what they're gonna show. Just a heads up. So this is the basement, I guess. Where they cut it off. Okay. Wow. Jane, thank you so much for the 5 memberships again. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Steeler. 16 months. Oh my God. Morning, everyone at Mel. Hope you're recovering from chronic. I am. Thanks.
Come here. Hold on 1 second.
You guys crazy in the chat. Lord Almighty. Oh, that's the bed too. Look at that. The bed.
Hold on. Just. That's real, right? That's real low. Oh, I got 4 Ed 1 to 82%.
Hey, they're probably, and I forgot that. I think there was a body part in one of these bags or something, a backpack or something like that. I think. Probably like shocked, like what the? Like they probably didn't believe this shit was happening. A head?
I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing. So we're going to need more units here.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, Donna. They were surprised. What's a 961? So that's the bucket right there, by the way. If you let me just rewind it a bit a second. Yeah, this is the bucket where literally, I guess there's a head and a penis inside of it. Yeah, they were surprised. Guys, what's a 961? And like right there to the right, I believe this is the bathroom. I guess that's where she drained the blood. But you know, when we were watching this trial and we were watching this body cam, we were just really surprised how like there wasn't much blood anywhere, and I guess it's because she drained it. I don't know. Wisconsin. Oh, that's so narcotic or controlled substance. So they thought maybe these people were high or some shit on drugs. I did see the golf cart chase. PewDiePie, good morning. This is the current Mel right here. This is live Mel.
That's exactly what it's supposed to be.
Let me see. They still didn't start. No, still didn't start. Okay. It's live. Yep. Okay. Wow.
Was that Fred 1?
Oh, Lord. What are we going to see here now? Lord Almighty.
No, for right now.
Mattress. (961) is drug related. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Melception.
If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got.
Jesus, that's the bucket right there.
House for sure.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, you really don't see blood anywhere. That's what somebody were talking about. This is incredible. I wonder if that's the shower too, that where she cleaned up. Oh no. Oh, business. This is crazy, man. Just coming to a scene and all you see is a head in a bucket. Thank you, Winnie. Wow. When I look up 961 police code for Wisconsin, it says if a person possesses a controlled substance for the Schedule 1, Schedule 2. Hey, Danielle, how you doing? I don't know. Of course, Donna. No problem.
And for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes 59 seconds, was played. Officer, having reviewed.
So that was that. That was a little bit of the body cam that they showed during the trial. I guess they haven't started yet. So let me read a little bit of the details about this whole sentencing thing. So some states, like a lot of the times when I've watched trials, that I don't know, a lot that the ones that I've covered, they kind of do the sentencing right then and there. But like some states, kind of like Lori Vallow, I guess, they do it at a different time. I guess the same thing with this one. Once their verdict is given, they'll do the sentencing at a different day. And so in July, Taylor Schuabusiness was found guilty of all charges in February 2022. Death of Shad Therian. Schuabusiness had claimed she was suffering from mental illness when she strangled Therian with a chain during sex while they were high on methamphetamine. All right. Days before her scheduled sentencing, Schuabusiness attorneys requested a continuance from the court, saying they had been unable to meet with their client at the jail due to her current observation and watch status. Her attorneys later confirmed to Court TV that the sentencing will continue as scheduled September 26, which is today. During the proceedings, victim impact statements are expected. Oh, that's going to be interesting. And defense said they will put on mitigation case. Family members of Schuabusiness are expected to be called as witnesses. The defense said they are also intent to call an expert to testify about the effects of methamphetamine. Wow. Schuabusiness is expected to speak at her sentencing. Okay, so it might actually be kind of more than what I thought today. Okay, I'm kind of curious to see what comes out of it. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. It was supposed to start already. It was set to start at 10:30 Eastern. So it's 10:45 right now. It hasn't started yet, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe I can check out one of the pages on Twitter. Law and crime. Let's see if they have anything to say. Kathy. Nope. Taylor Schuabusiness. Dun, 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 dun. Let's check. It's only 30 seconds.
To speak at her sentencing. That's what we're hearing. This is a convicted killer who makes faces to the judge. He can see it. And she attacked one of her attorneys. Now she's asking for leniency, Julie. In July, the Wisconsin woman was found guilty of killing and dismembering her lover, Shad Therian. Schuabusiness pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, claiming mental illness when she strangled him with a chain during sex while they were high on meth. She also admitted to dismembering and sexually assaulting his corpse in police videos that were played to that jury. Today, we are expecting to hear from the victim's family, of course. Her defense will put on a mitigation case, calling witnesses, including a drug expert, to talk about the effects of.
That is interesting. So I didn't even know they could do that. Like during sentencing, that they can bring on some expert witnesses. I guess in an attempt to maybe, I don't know, maybe they're hoping for some sort of leniency. I guess they're going to bring on some sort of meth expert or I don't know, mental health expert to talk about the effects of it.
Being on meth. Some of her family also expected to speak.
The thing with that, though, it's like this woman hasn't shown any kind of remorse. Like, I'm sure she's not taking meth now and while locked up. To me, she's never shown any kind of fucking remorse. You know, so it's like, even if she was high at the time and they were high out of their mind, I've never seen that woman apologize or be sorry or anything.
Here's more from her father.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to stay there anymore because her behaviors were getting worse or her mental status was getting worse?
No, I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
Now, recently, her attorneys requested a delay in sentencing because they were unable to meet with her behind bars because of observation and watch status. That's changed. They were able to meet with her on Friday and reviewed the pre-sentencing investigation report that's required. So we're back on. Schuabusiness is facing life in prison.
Let me show you another clip. Still waiting on them. Show this.
Was applied.
The thing. I forgot.
Was applied.
So, and the three diagnoses you offered, you said.
We'll put it together.
Virtually similar,
I can't unhear it now.
indistinguishable from a manic episode with psychosis.
That was during the trial. Most probably sleeping right now. I have some other clips on my damn Twitter. I don't know why it's not letting me do advanced search. Oh, here we go. Advanced search. Okay. Accounts. iCkEdMeL. With okay. I had a few clips from that trial. Oh yeah, check this shit out. Oh yeah, I ain't gonna believe this motherfucker. Check this shit out. Good morning, good morning. Thank you guys for stopping by. No notifications, man. So yeah, if you could hit the like button, all that stuff would help out. Appreciate that. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds. That's so, I gotta figure that out after. Okay. You slacking, homeboy.
I just want to clarify the other media needs
Long
to be
crime, what's up, man? Court to be
stepping
stepping
it
it
up.
up.
Streaming, any other method of showing them anywhere is prohibited.
I just want you to know that you are really special. Oh my, oh my. All right, I'm gonna have to have this up on the other screen in case we need Court TV. Oh, that was that. So that's Jeffrey Dahmer. So she's like a fan of Jeffrey Dahmer. You see the picture here, smiling and shit. I love Jeffrey. He's my role model. I aspire to be Jeffrey. They didn't want to like. There was like a fight about this shit. They didn't want to let the. They didn't want this to come into evidence. Was it too loud? Wait, my mic is going too loud. I don't know why my mic. Let me see 1 second. I gotta fix this crap. If I turn this up to stop it, let me see. Limiter. Testing. There we go. Testing. I think that's it. I think I fixed it. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer fan, man. Did you guys know that? You got my notification? Good. Don't do meth, folks. She was happy back then, smiling, invigorated. What is this? Taylor Schuabusiness' odd interaction with a witness in court. Oh yeah, this is her, the homie and shit. This is weird too. I don't know. Maybe that guy was just playing the funk.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. You just say what's up with They nodded at each other. I swear it looked like they nodded at each other. This is real time Mel. This is past time Mel right here. Check this shit out. Hold up. All right. Yo, they both know
just say
each
what's
other.
up
You
with
gotta
peace
look at
to
both of them. Taylor or not? Would I tell you wrong? You can be like, yeah, I just
Ladies and
misinterpreted
gentlemen,
that.
we're going to take
Yeah,
a
she did the
recess.
peace sign. Yeah, so like they're not at each other. They're doing peace to each other. I don't know, bro.
Just a minute before 3, we'll try to reconvene at 10 after.
So she did the peace sign. It was like a pothead witness. Thank you, Froggy Mags. Thank you for the 4 months. Love you, Mel. Thank you. Love you too. Amy, thanks for the super chat. Says hi, everyone. Sten Mo, one of the great moderators here. Prayers, good vibes for her interview today. I didn't even know she had an interview. I'll text her or I'll call her later. But yeah, good vibes to Mo. Amazing. I know, right? There's so many Mels. I don't know what's going on here. He's there here. He kind of does like a little nod to her. If you watch, she like nods back to him. That's probably why she was cracking him the whole time. They probably got high. Who knows what else they've done? All kinds of shit that they've done while chopping it up. And oh yeah, I forgot. So he's the one too that he talk about chopping it up and shit. Yeah, we used to chop it up. And like his choice of words was horrible, being that his friend was killed and dismembered. And then she throws a peace sign at him. She literally, you can see her eyes shift. She throws a peace sign at his ass. This is gonna be so confusing. People watch this shit on Twitter. They're gonna be like, "What the three?" Damn, nothing yet. I wonder what happened to the trial thing. Oh, here's a cleaner version of it without all the Mels on the screen. All right. Did he just say what's up? We're peace to Taylor or not? Would I tell you wrong? You can be like, yeah, I just misinterpreted that.
We're going to take a recess. Just a minute before 3, we'll try to reconvene at 10 after 3. So all rise for your.
I swear I saw everybody like, yo, I think he was a simp for her. I think he had some type of crush on her or some shit. Let's see. Advanced search. Let's see what else we got. I don't know. That's not a good friend to me. Fucking over here, peace sign the person that killed you and dismembered your friend. Fucking simp. All right, let's see. Oh, we could listen to the 911 call. By the way, her father, Taylor's father, for those that didn't know, so he's in jail, and he had some sort of sexual assault of a child charge. For those that didn't know, so oh yeah, check this out too. Taylor and her father saying, "I love you, daughter. You make me proud." What kind of shit is this?
I love you too.
No, they said I love you to each other.
I love you too.
Hell now, ride or die forever. Love and loyalty. I love you. You love me. Let's have a family. Oh. Remy says, what's happening today? Sentencing. Sentencing is happening today. Somebody said it's showing on Law and Crime now. Let's take a look. There's nothing on Law and Crime besides the exit sign. I'll refresh it, but that's all I see. Oh, there we go. I refreshed it. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Oh, that's weird. So I guess they're getting ready to get started. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Well, hold up. What the hell is this woman wearing? Listen, you're not pulling off this COVID shit. Nah. Y'all been getting too many passes, all you criminals and shit. Getting away with all kinds of crimes because you got a mask on. All kinds. Nah. What the fuck is that? Okay, we got to screenshot this new thumbnail. Hell no. What the fuck? Wait, what do you mean on the screen though? Hold on. Nah. Y'all. Hell no. Who this bitch thinks she is? Kinds of crimes. They still trying to pull this COVID shit? A face sniper? Bruh. Screenshot. Hell no. There's no audio, by the way. We're just waiting. I don't even know how to spell this woman's name anymore. The fuck is that? The spit mask? Hell no, to the no. Ain't it so the bitch is crazy. Living delight freedom. Good morning. So it's a spit mask, they're saying. Oh. It looks, what's up with her hair and stuff too? So, oh damn, it looks she's looking right at me too. Jesus. What's she like? She's like looking right at you. She's looking right at the camera. No, kind of. Her hair's all. What's up with her hair? What the hell's that? It's so weird. My computer, I'm having to sign into everything. I left for a couple of days and like the computer just doesn't even know me anymore. Like, what happened? Okay. Bruh. We gotta update this picture. Oh no, this bitch looking crazy. No audio yet? We need audio. Okay. Well, they haven't started yet. So how's she gonna talk with that thing? I guess she can still talk with it, right? Oh, they're getting ready. It's getting ready. Let's go, baby.
Okay, I'll call 20 CF 998, 20 CF 1393, 22 CF 363. State appears by Assistant District or Deputy District Attorney Caleb Saunders. The defendant is here in person and with Attorney Freilich. We're on the court's calendar for sentencing hearing today, as well as sentencing on revocation on those earlier files. Is the state ready to proceed, Mr. Saunders?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is the state ready to proceed?
We are.
Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
Okay. I've got a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report that was ordered by the court. I have a copy of the independent pre-sentence investigation report that Mr. Freilich had submitted. I've had an opportunity to read both. I've also got some submittals that were submitted by Mr. Freilich. So let me start with the pre-sentence investigation report that was ordered by the court. Mr. Saunders, did you get a copy of that?
I did.
Did you get a copy of the other documents, including Mr. Freilich's independent evaluation?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, did you get a copy of the PSI that was ordered by the court?
Yes, by the Department of Corrections, Your Honor. Yes, I did.
All right. Any changes or corrections?
No, I can tell the court that I did review that with my client this past Friday at the Brown County Jail for several hours. We went through the entire document, talked about it, talked about the recommendations that the Department of Corrections for the state of Wisconsin was making, and there are no changes.
All right. Then let me just get a sense of how the proceeding is going to work. Does the state have any witnesses you intend to call at the sentencing hearing today?
No witnesses. There is one victim impact statement that would like to be orally addressed to the court, but no witnesses per se.
Okay. Mr. Freilich, do you intend to call witnesses today?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Oh.
Can you give me a sense of how many you intend to call?
Sure. One would be my client's grandmother, Esther Coronado. She resides in Temple, Texas, and I believe she would appear via Zoom with the court's permission. I have Dr. James O'Donnell here from Illinois, the toxicologist, pharmacologist. He would provide some testimony about the meth use and the effects of that. Valerie Armour, that's my client's cousin. She's here from Ohio with my client's great aunt, Roberta, but only Valerie Armour would provide testimony. And then I have my client's father brought here
the
from
pedo?
the prison system,
Allegedly?
writ of habeas corpus, to
Amazing.
provide some testimony, and his name is Arturo Coronado.
My thought is, as long as we have witnesses, we should probably take the witnesses first rather than. And then
Today's interesting. It's going to be interesting.
Testified, then we can receive argument from counsel. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that would mean, although we typically start with the state, that would mean we would turn to you, Mr. Freilich, because you're the only one with the witnesses. So if you want to call your first witness, you can do so.
Okay, before I do that, Your Honor, if I may, I did receive the independent pre-sentence investigation report. It's lengthy. It contains an attached alcohol and other drug assessment. I reviewed that entire document, the evaluation and the report, with my client last evening at the Brown County Jail. We had a lengthy conversation, again, to talk about this case. And with that said, I would call Esther Coronado, my client's grandmother.
Okay. Is she coming in on the Galaxy Tab E?
I believe yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing that on my laptop, but I'm not seeing it on the.
I'll fix the volume. I'll put up a little bit for you guys. Good morning, man. Good morning, everybody. It's going to be interesting. I thought they were just going to do sentencing, but apparently they have witnesses on both sides. And I guess the witnesses for Taylor's maybe in hopes that she'll get a reduced sentence, or I don't know, the mental health shit, you know. So the father that has sex charges is going to speak on her behalf, right? Amazing.
So,
guess a child, by the way.
Are you Miss Coronado?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place you under oath, and then Mr. Freilich is going to have some questions for you, and the prosecutor may or may not have some questions. But I'm going to start by asking you to raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Ma'am, you are Esther Coronado?
Yes.
And what is your date of birth?
January 1st, 1942.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
Are you married to Juan Coronado?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you live, ma'am?
Temple, Texas.
And do you know Taylor Denise Schuabusiness?
Yes.
Can you see her
She's
in...
my granddaughter.
What's that?
She's my granddaughter.
Okay. Can you see her here in court?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You've known her all of your life, correct?
Yes.
What is her father's name?
My father's name?
No.
Fidel.
No. Taylor's father. What's his name?
Oh, Arturo Coronado.
Okay. That's your son, correct?
Yes.
When Taylor was growing up as a young girl, did she live with you in Temple, Texas?
No. No. When she was growing up, we were in Illinois. And that's where, I took care of her.
You would take care of her when you lived in Illinois?
Yes.
Okay. Did you help care for her after she was born?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when you moved to the state of Texas?
Yes, it was in 2004.
2004?
Yes,
And is that when you moved to the Temple, Texas area?
and no, we moved back home. Yeah, that's in Cotulla.
Okay. Did you ever live in Cotulla, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of fast forwarding, when your granddaughter, Taylor Schuabusiness, got a little older, did there come a point in time where she gave birth to a baby?
Yes,
And what's the baby's name?
Mateo.
And where's Mateo right now?
He's with me.
Thank God.
The child lives with you in Texas?
Yes,
So you're caring for Taylor's child, correct?
correct.
How old is the child?
He'll be 2 in October 3rd.
Okay. Was there a point in time where your granddaughter, Taylor Schuabusiness, went into some kind of therapy or counseling or treatment program and then got released and then came to live with you before the baby was born?
I believe so.
Okay.
I do not know about what happened in Wisconsin. I only know that she wanted to have the baby with in Texas with me because I was the only family close to her.
Okay. And so she had the baby in Texas, correct?
Correct.
Was that in like October of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And when the baby was born, tell me a little bit about Taylor Schuabusiness. Was she interacting with the baby? How did that go? Can you tell me about that?
Yes. Well, she was excited when she found out that about the baby. I know that when she came down, she wanted to be close to somebody, a relative. And so when she had the baby, she was very happy and loved that baby. But it didn't last very long because 24 hours later, CPS came and took the baby away.
When you say CPS, you mean Child Protective Services?
Yes.
Okay, please continue. We're going to say some more.
Yes, I was going to say that after that, well, it was very hard for her. And they had told her that, well, I was there with her when they came and took the baby away, but they said I couldn't bring him home because she was here at home. But she said she would rather go to a shelter so I could bring the baby home. But that didn't happen. She left from the hospital, went to a shelter, but the baby didn't come home to me until a month later.
Okay, so at the present time, you have the baby with you, correct?
Correct.
And you and your husband, Juan, are caring for the baby, correct?
Correct.
You sent me some photographs of Taylor Schuabusiness, your granddaughter, with the baby after the child was born, correct?
Correct.
You sent me some pictures of her rocking the baby, kissing the baby's head, interacting with the baby, snuggling with the baby. Is that fair?
Yes, those pictures of her in the rocker, and that's when they would allow her to go, because he was placed with another family before he came to me, and they would allow her to visit with him with the permission of the court, and the people that were caring for that baby at that time would bring him over, and she would only have a few minutes, an hour maybe with the baby, and that's she would spend with him.
Okay. After the baby was born or prior to the baby being born, did your granddaughter Taylor go out and buy clothes for the baby, onesies, outfits, things of that sort?
Yes, she did. She did. We had everything prepared for the baby.
She was a good mom.
Home. And her grandparents, her grandfather and aunt sent her a crib. We had the clothes, everything. We're waiting for the baby after she was released from the hospital, but she did not come home because CPS would not allow it. We couldn't bring the baby home either. He was placed with another couple, and they told her she had to have to live someplace else, so she went to a shelter, and she was there at a shelter, so I would be able to bring the baby home with me.
Okay.
So she never came home with me after the baby was born. From the hospital, the next day, she went to a shelter. But we did not bring the baby home because they had placed him with another family.
Okay.
So
But right now the baby is with you, correct?
right now the baby is with me.
And the plan is likely that you're going to have permanent custody or placement of the child with you and your husband, right?
Well, we're adopting him.
Okay.
We're adopting him. Taylor gave up her rights so that I could have Mateo, because we didn't want him going to anybody else, but to stay in the family.
Sure. Okay. From your observations of Taylor Schuabusiness with the baby, did it appear that she was, connected with the baby, or can you give me any feedback on that?
Yes, she was. She loved her baby. She prepared the things for the baby. Well, because she thought he was going to be coming home. She was setting up things for him, but he never got to come home, and she didn't get to come home either, because right from the hospital, she went to a shelter, and we came home, but we didn't bring the baby with us. He didn't come home to us till about a month later.
Okay. Some other questions for you. Do you have a close connection with Taylor Schuabusiness, you and your husband Juan?
Yes.
Okay. I think you sent some pictures of you and your husband Juan with Taylor Schuabusiness in the middle. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
You both love each other very much. Is that fair?
Yes. We went to visit her in Wisconsin. That's where we took the pictures, because she had her own apartment. She was doing well, and we went to see her, and that's when we took the pictures.
Okay. When she was living in Wisconsin, was she working at a cheese factory, Saputo Cheese? Do you remember?
Yes, she was. She was working there. She was doing good. So after that, I don't know. We communicated back and forth. He would call every week, and then later on, I didn't hear from her for a while until she told me, that about the baby, and she wanted to come and be with me so she could have the baby. And I told her that would be fine. So she came down to Temple.
Okay. She graduated from high school in Texas, correct?
Correct.
And that was at Cotulla High School?
Yes.
And I looked at some reports and records that she may have graduated in 2016. Is that about accurate?
I think so. I don't remember, but it probably is correct.
And when she was attending Cotulla High School, did she live with you in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Okay. How long did she live with you before she graduated from high school in Texas?
Oh, maybe about a year and a half.
And during the time that she lived with you for a year and a half prior to her graduation, did you note any problems with drug use or other issues?
No. No, I didn't notice any of that.
Okay. And when she lived with you in Texas, was she involved in any kind of sports or activities at all, like soccer or swimming or anything like that?
No, because it was almost her last year. So what she did was she just worked. She got several jobs there, just working maybe like a Dairy Queen. It's a small town. There's not that much work there. So she would work at different places.
Okay. Do you know if she was on any kind of medication at all when she lived with you in Texas before she graduated high school?
I believe so, but I really don't know what kind of medication she was on.
You talked to some probation agents or professional people from the Wisconsin Department of Corrections when the pre-sentence report was prepared, correct? You were interviewed?
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
When this report was done, did you get interviewed by someone from the Department of Corrections?
No.
Okay.
I got interviewed by 3 persons that said they work with you, but I don't know if that was true or not. I don't. But I was interviewed by 3 someone that said they worked for you.
Okay. Your son is Arturo Coronado, and when he got divorced, did that have an impact on your granddaughter Taylor?
Well, when he got divorced, my granddaughter has been on her own for a while.
Okay. When Taylor's mother passed away in 2009, did that have an impact on Taylor?
Yes, it did, because she had just lost her mother, and a year later her father remarried, and the person he married had children of her own. So she was kind of I would say, didn't feel, well, she felt like she lost her mother, and now she was losing her dad because there were other kids involved in there.
Your son got married to a lady named Katie after Marla passed away, correct?
Katie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And did Taylor ever talk to you about the fact that she didn't get along with her stepmom?
Taylor always kept everything to herself. She never said things about people. I know that she didn't feel comfortable. She felt like it was too soon after her mother passed away, and her father remarried, and she felt like abandoned. And then here she was in a home where there was 3 children, but one of them I know that lives with the father, but 2 of them were living there, and her brother lived in the basement, and so she just from a nice home that she had, then she ended up living in the basement. But like I said, she never complained to me or said anything. But I went to visit them, and I could see that, she felt misplaced. But now other siblings.
Okay. You're aware of the
Guys like this, like
the criminal charges and the convictions that resulted after the trial in this case, correct?
Yes, I think so. I don't know too much about it, but yes, I know that they found her guilty and they want her to spend her life in jail, and I think that she has gone through a lot in her short time of being here. She has gone through a lot. There's a lot of things that she has to, losing her mother, her father remarried, then find herself pregnant, and losing her son, and then losing her brother. So that's a lot for a young person to take in.
oh, well, she's getting emotional.
And ma'am, your granddaughter, Taylor Denise Schuabusiness, she's, we agree, 25 years old?
Sure, yeah. Look like she's laughing or smiling or something. Taylor.
Yes.
She had a brother, Arturo AJ Coronado, correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that he passed away or he died in a motorcycle accident on or about July 1st of 2022?
Correct. That's right.
Did your granddaughter, Taylor, talk to you about that after it happened?
No, wait. I know she was very heartbroken, but she was there in Wisconsin. She has lost her baby. She was locked up, and her brother, and that was very hard for her.
Okay. You sent me some pictures of Taylor with her brother AJ, correct?
Yes.
There's a picture of the two of them together with AJ having his hat on backwards. They appear to be happy. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
There was another picture where AJ, Taylor, and your son Arturo were all together as well, correct?
Correct.
Did they all get together with you in Illinois, or was that in Texas? Those pictures, where were they from? Were they from Texas, or?
No, those were pictures when they lived there in Wisconsin.
Okay.
The ones that, the ones with the baby were here in Texas, but the ones with her brother and her father, that's when they were living there in Wisconsin.
Okay. Are you a close-knit family, or have you been a close-knit family in the past?
Yes, we've always been very close. I took care of Taylor when she was born, but then we left for Texas, and so when I left her, she was, I would say, maybe about 7 years old or 8 years old, and I would try and see him at least once a year. But then, as the years passed, we weren't able to travel that much, so I hadn't seen her for a while.
Do you know if your daughter visited other family members in Ohio with, in the past with AJ?
I believe so. When they were young, their mother used to drive to Ohio and take them. But I do not know if later on, as they got older, if they did or not.
Do you know if Marla Coronado would take the kids, AJ and Taylor, to Ohio to visit cousins or aunts?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She would take them, to visit her dad and her brother and sister in Ohio.
Your granddaughter, Taylor, is she close with your husband, Juan, with Grandpa?
Yes, she is. She's very close with her grandfather.
When Taylor was living with you in Illinois and then later on in Texas when she was going to high school at Cotulla High School, did she listen to you and follow the rules and all of that?
She did listen to me and follow some rules, but sometimes she wouldn't. She wouldn't. She wanted to do something, but like I said, she wanted to go stay by friend's house, but I would say no, Dad, let him come and stay here with you. So she did bring a friend of hers to stay overnight by us. Like I said, Taylor only lived with me there in Texas for maybe about a year and a half until she graduated from high school. And then she wanted to get back to Green Bay.
Okay. Fair to say that you've always had a close relationship with Taylor, both you and your husband?
Yes, we have. Yes.
You heard about and found out about her involvement with drugs, correct?
Yes. I did. I found out later on because she used to call me, and then for a while she didn't get, she wasn't calling it anymore. But I try and always try to keep in touch with her. But then afterwards, I found out that she was pregnant, and she asked if she could come down and have the baby over here by me, and I said that would be fine, because she didn't have anybody else that she could turn to over there, so she wanted to be by me, so I told her to go ahead and come down.
Okay. Now, she's been found guilty by a jury of first-degree intentional homicide, felony, mutilation of a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault, all felony offenses, all as repeaters. For the first-degree intentional homicide conviction, the Wisconsin law is such that the sentence is life imprisonment, and the issue really is whether she should be given the opportunity for extended supervision or possibility of parole or not. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any input on that issue?
Well, I do. I believe that she has gone, in her short life, she has gone through a lot. And like I said, first losing her mother at the age of 12, then a year later, her father remarried, and there she felt misplaced there too. Then she went on her own and was doing well, and then all of a sudden, everything started falling apart for her. I don't know what happened in between because we weren't communicating then, but then after she found out that she was pregnant, she wanted to come and and be with me, but she wanted to have at least a relative of hers close by, and we were always very close since I took care of her when she was born until I left Illinois in 2004.
Would you agree that your granddaughter, Taylor Schuabusiness, needs some drug treatment, some counseling, all of that?
I do believe that she does need some counseling and
Yeah, while she's locked up for life, she can get that
help.
counseling.
She needs
Yeah.
help.
Do you believe that she has good qualities?
Yes.
What are they?
I believe. She's a very caring person and also very trusting. She trusted people that said they care for her, and actually always she was what can I say, that she always ended up getting hurt because she trusted people thinking they cared.
Oh boy.
But she's always
That's not
have had
the best.
the problem that wherever she goes, people just use her, and
Like she used Shad, right?
she thinks they care, but they don't. They have disappointed her.
Do you believe that your granddaughter, Taylor Schuabusiness, should be given the chance to possibly be on parole or extended supervision sometime in the future?
I do believe. I know that she committed a crime, and I know that they want her to pay for it, but I believe that she should have the opportunity to come back to society.
Hell nah.
And be with her son.
She might kill that kid.
Thank you very much. No further questions from me.
Any questions?
Hell no.
Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Were you intending that she was going to stay on the Zoom, or you can certainly disconnect now if you want, ma'am, or you can remain on. But having said that, Mr. Freilich, do you have another witness?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. It's totally up to the court, but if in my opinion, if she wants to stay on, I would ask the court to consider allowing her to do that.
I think I just told her that. So
Okay,
she
okay.
can stay on if she wants.
Okay, thank you.
Who's
Next, then,
next?
I would call Valerie Armour.
Who's Valerie? I don't have nothing against grandma. You know, she's taking care of the kid, the baby, I guess. But if I'm a jury, that has no effect on me to what she did to Shad. This woman, Taylor, has not been ever remorseful, ever, that I've ever seen her.
You have to get the microphone on.
Oh, sorry. Is it on? Okay. My name's Valerie Armour. It's spelled Valerie. Armour spelled ARMOR.
Health expert. Oh, this is for the drug
Okay,
maybe?
the witness is yours, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. You are Valerie Armour,
Yes, I am.
and where do you live?
I live in Dublin, Ohio.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
What's your husband's name?
Brian Armour.
Do you have kids?
Yes, I do. I have 4 children.
Okay. Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work at?
I work at Sun Behavioral Health. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And what do you do there?
I work inpatient psychiatry with adolescents and adults.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there for 5 years.
And tell me your educational background, just briefly.
I have 2 degrees from the Ohio State University. My first degree was a bachelor's of nursing in 1996, and my second degree was master's of science, nurse practitioner in psychiatry in 2016.
Do you know Taylor Denise Schuabusiness?
Yes, I do.
Do you see her in court today?
Yes, I do.
She's seated to my left.
Yes, she is.
And are you related to her?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the court how you're related?
So her mother is my first cousin. Marla is my first cousin, and Taylor's my second cousin.
Are you also here with your mother?
Yes, I am.
What's her name?
Roberta Connor.
Okay. And does she live in Ohio as well?
Yes, she does.
You came here together?
Yes, we did.
And what's the relationship with Roberta and Taylor?
Roberta is Taylor's great aunt. She is the older sister of Taylor's grandfather.
When Taylor was growing up, would you see her periodically in Ohio? Would she come to visit in Ohio?
Yes, she would.
Tell me a little bit about that.
One of the couple of visits that I remember in particular, one was in the summer of 2001 when we were going through my grandfather's house. He had passed away in May 2001, and we gathered as a family to get together and go through belongings. Taylor was 3 at that time, and AJ was a baby.
And was there a picture of Taylor when she was 3 in a, like maybe a little skirt with a red top and tights?
Yes.
And was she standing by you?
Yes, she was.
And who else was in that picture? You remember?
Marla was standing next to me on the left, and then my cousin was standing next to Marla.
Okay, and where was that picture taken?
That was taken in Grove City, Ohio,
okay,
at my grandfather's house.
Okay. So, have you had a connection with Taylor Schuabusiness over the years?
Yes, I have.
Did she come to visit you on other occasions?
Yes, she came down for a family reunion in 2013 that we had when she was 15.
That was with your daughter?
Yes.
Was that the picture that you gave me of you in the middle, your daughter on one side, and Taylor Schuabusiness on the other side?
Yes, it is.
And where was that picture
That was
taken?
taken at a park, I think on the east side of Columbus, where we had the family reunion.
Inside a pavilion?
Yes, inside a pavilion.
Okay. And describe Taylor at that time in 2013 from what you recall.
She appeared to be a happy 15-year-old girl. She had a great sense of humor like her mother. She appeared to be well adjusted at that time. I enjoyed visiting with her and asking her how her life was going. And I had always told her I'd be available to her after her mother passed away.
Did you know about the losses that she suffered in her life? The loss of her mother, Marla, in 2009, and the loss of her brother, AJ, in July of 22?
Yes, I did. I grew up with her mother. We were very close as children. We spent holidays, summer vacations, and weekends together at my grandparents' house in Grove City, because when I was a child, I had moved to the East Coast. But we spent, weeks together in the summer planning our future lives, playing with Barbies. We were very close as children.
Did you talk to Taylor about her feelings and how the loss of her mother affected her?
I did. I remember at Marla's funeral afterwards telling her I would always be available to her if she wanted to know more about her mother. I certainly would be available to tell her what she was like as a child, and I would be available for her the rest of her life if she needed anything. I lived in a different state, but I've always made myself available to her.
I think you gave me a picture of, tell me if you did, of Taylor and her brother AJ when they were younger, maybe with Taylor eating either a pulled pork on a bun on a plate, or you remember anything like that?
Yeah, that was after her mother's funeral. We were at my cousin's house in Hilliard, Ohio for the family gathering. We had both sides of the family there. Art's family was there and my family was there.
Would you agree that Taylor always had a supportive family, either in Ohio or Texas or Wisconsin?
Absolutely.
And from the contacts that you had with her growing up, did she appear to be a happy young lady, happy child?
She did at that time.
You came to find out about the charges and the trial and the convictions, correct?
Yes.
You're aware of what she's been found guilty of, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware of the maximum possible penalties and all of that, correct?
Yes.
At least as to the first-degree intentional homicide charge, the statute indicates life imprisonment with either the possibility of extended supervision or parole or not. You understand that?
Yes, I do understand that.
Do you have any comments for the court to consider on that particular issue?
I do have some comments about that.
Okay, go ahead.
So Taylor, she comes from a loving family. I know her to be loving. I know her to have empathy. She's capable of love. I believe she has suffered immense trauma in her young life. First with losing her mother in 2009. Anytime somebody loses their mother at any age, it's a great trauma and a tragedy. So she grew up without her mother, and then from what I've heard, living with her stepmother and her father, I had always heard that they had slept in the basement. So
who slept in the basement?
That Taylor and AJ had slept in the basement.
Okay.
When her father remarried. We had always heard that in the family. In 2019, we suffered more losses in the family. Taylor lost her grandmother in May. And then in September of 2019, we lost a cousin who was 27 to a motor vehicle accident. That would have been Taylor's first cousin. At that time, at that funeral, when I spoke with her father and AJ, she was doing well. She was working at the cheese factory. Her father, Art, was very proud of her at that time because she was doing well. And then I had lost touch with her during the pandemic and found out about what had happened when we found out AJ passed away July 1st, 2022. That's when all this came out. So she lost her brother to a motorcycle accident. So our whole family has experienced a lot of loss, and Taylor has experienced a great amount of loss. I'm a mental health professional. She has a trauma history, and I believe she has mental health issues. I'm hoping as she goes forward, she can get the help she needs, and with some deep introspection, be able to work on her issues. And I'm here to be as much as I can with her on her next journey of life, as much as I can.
Do you have any comments on whether she should be considered for the possibility of parole or extended supervision?
I would like her to be considered for parole. I would like her to get a chance later in life to get to know her son. I think that would be very important to her, to be able to spend some time with him in person as she gets older, and other family members who are still around. Definitely.
Do you agree that Taylor needs drug and alcohol treatment?
Absolutely.
Do you agree that she needs mental health counseling?
Absolutely. And she needs to deal with her extensive trauma history.
You believe that she may need medication management?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Is she a lost cause?
She's not a lost cause.
Is she a monster?
No, she's not a monster.
Sound like a monster to me.
She needs to be punished, correct?
She does need to be punished for what happened, and my family we regret what happened, and we apologize to Shad's family for what has happened.
Well, they should apologize.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any cross-examination from the state?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, man. You can step down.
I think they're talking about the father. Or what, a doctor?
I'd like to call
dad. This is the
Arturo
dad.
Coronado.
So this guy has child charges. That's why he was arrested. Arturo Coronado.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let me see exactly what it was. I pulled it up earlier. Arturo Coronado. So he had sexual assault of a child back in let me see here what year. Great witness. But maybe to show her shitty upbringing, I guess. Maybe he's been a piece of shit his entire life, and now he wants to do something to try to help his daughter. Let's see here. just saw it. Okay, yeah. In 2018, after he was found guilty of second-degree sexual assault of a child and sentenced to 12 years in prison and 18 years of supervision. People are asking what's on her face too. I guess that's a spit mask, is what people were saying earlier. During the trial, I never saw her have that on. So I don't know. I guess I don't know what happened. Maybe she was doing that to some people, or guards, or something. I don't know. Well, I don't know if this is just to add to the aesthetics for hoping for a lesser sentence to show that she's, I don't know, needs help, mental help. So I caught me out of. I didn't think anybody was going to speak up for her. I mean, it makes sense. They usually do, I guess, victim impact statements during sentencing, I guess. Yeah, the dad's coming up.
As long as we're waiting, we're going to take the video off of you, Mr. Saunders. There is still the video running, however, for the grandmother. So you can't see her, but she still has the ability to look in. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
And so this guy, I believe he's still currently locked up, I believe. So they brought him in, I guess. Her mother died in, I think they said 2009 from cirrhosis and alcoholism. And so her brother died in July 2022 in a motorcycle accident. Good morning, guys. Thank you for joining me this morning. I appreciate it. Well, it's almost afternoon now. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. I thought it was going to be like open and close. We're going to come on, sentence her, and we get off, but I didn't realize these witness testimony was going to happen. I still think they have one more witness after, maybe the drug person that's supposed to come on. And then I think it's going to be maybe Shad's mother that speaks, and she's here in court smiling. I feel like she's probably smiling. It looks like she's smiling behind that thing. You know, I don't buy it. I guess this is for the crazy shit or whatever. I mean, I think she does have some mental stuff going on, but like, I don't know, man. I just don't feel any sympathy for what she did to this guy. Jane, thank you for the super chat. This abuela is cray. My grandma loves me the same as my single father, but no way would they choose me to be free after this. If they did, they need help. Thank you for the super chat, Jane. Cat C, thank you for the super chat. Gypsy Girl, thank you for the membership. Ozzy Girl, thank you for the 15 months. Mel, why is she wearing a mask? Do you know? Love you. Love you too. So yeah, I just said, yeah, I think it's a spit mask.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter. Now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
Arturo Coronado.
This guy has charges against child.
Coronado.
Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coronado, good morning. Your daughter is Taylor Denise Schuabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And when she was born, she was born in Evanston, Illinois.
Yes.
And she lived with you and your late wife, Marla, there for several years, till when, age 12 or so?
So 2009, yeah.
Okay. And then your late wife, she passed away. Did that take a toll on your daughter?
Of course.
Can you tell me how that impacted your daughter from what you saw, what you observed?
Just, she was young. I mean, she lost her mother, and it's just hard to explain, but yeah, things aren't the same.
It was a traumatic event for her. Is that fair?
Of course, sure.
And then at some point, the family moved from Evanston, Illinois to Green Bay in 2008. Is that right?
Correct.
And you came to Green Bay because of a job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you lived here for a while in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
She went to Bayport High School, correct?
Correct.
She went to Bayview Middle School, correct?
Howard Tomical School District.
Yes. And then at some point, there were some issues at the Bayport High School, and she went to Cotulla, Texas, correct?
Graduate, yeah.
Yeah. And she lived with your parents, Esther and Juan Coronado, in Temple, Texas, is that right?
Correct.
And she graduated?
Yes.
And was that about 2016 or so?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. You know, when you lived with her, was school a struggle for her, or was she able to do the work?
From time to time, I mean, she did okay. She had some issues. You know, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. I'm just going to see if you could just move the microphone a little closer or move a little closer, because I can't hear you. Sorry. Would you help with homework and things like that?
Sure.
When you got remarried, did that take a toll on your daughter, Taylor?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Did you try to help in that regard to kind of bridge the gap?
Yep.
Okay. When she was living in Green Bay as a child, did you get her involved in any sports or activities?
Before I moved up, she was in soccer. She did band for a little bit.
Okay. Swimming?
No.
Okay. With regards to soccer, was she good at soccer?
Yeah.
She liked it?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Did you do some coaching?
I did.
Okay. Was that over at the Asco Noble Field, or where was that?
No, this was in Illinois, actually.
Okay. Did she play soccer in Illinois and Wisconsin?
No, I think she may have tried out, but she didn't follow through with it, so.
Okay.
She did a little volleyball as well.
Okay. So she was involved in activities, correct?
Sure.
What about art or drawing or things like that? Was she good at that?
Yes.
Can you tell?
She's pretty good. She's a very good artist. She can draw quite well.
Okay. Were you impressed by some of the pictures and things that she drew?
Definitely.
Does she have some artistic talents?
She does.
She have a creative side?
Yes.
Who cares?
When she was younger, would she help people? Someone needed help? Would she help?
Yes. She would.
And I think in the pre-sentence report on page 17 of 38, you talked with a probation agent, and you indicated he stated, this is you, you're the he. He stated she was a good person, kind-hearted, and helped others out. Is that what you said?
Always, yeah.
Okay. Now,
always went out of her way to help.
Okay. When she got a little older, after school, did she have a job here?
She did.
Where?
Big Beef City.
Okay.
Her first job.
Okay. What did she do there?
She was she worked the cashier and she did a little bit of cooking in the back.
Okay. Did she also get a job at Saputo Cheese Factory?
That was later on, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
And what did she do over there?
She was an operator. She worked third shift.
Okay.
She worked there about 3.5 years. She did really well.
Made decent money, correct?
Yeah.
She liked the job?
Yep.
And when she was working at Saputo Cheese Factory, was she living with you here in Green Bay?
No.
Okay. She had her own apartment?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, she lived with us for a little bit, but then she moved out with a friend.
Okay. Would you keep in touch with her?
Of course.
Your relationship with her, is it good?
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. I received some pictures. There are all kinds of pictures that you would take together as a family, correct? Yes?
As much as we could, yeah.
When she was living with your parents, Esther and Juan, in Texas, Temple, Texas, you take family photos there, correct?
Yes.
And when AJ was still alive, you'd take family photos with him, correct?
Of course.
Was AJ pretty close with Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. He liked to ride motorcycles?
He just started to.
And would he let Taylor ride the motorcycle as well?
No.
No. Okay. But those two were how far apart in age?
About 2 years.
2 years?
2 years, yeah. They were very close.
Okay. They'd get together with extended family in Ohio, correct?
When we could, yeah. Mostly when they were younger.
Okay. And they'd certainly get together with your parents in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And so does Taylor have a strong family support network in the state of Texas and or Ohio?
Sure, everybody loves Taylor.
Think she's a monster?
No.
You understand what she was found guilty of by the jury, correct?
I do.
First degree, intentional homicide, mutilation of a corpse, third degree, sexual assault, all felonies, all repeaters. You understand that, correct?
I do.
You understand the penalties, correct?
Yeah.
And for the homicide conviction, it's life imprisonment, but the issue is whether she gets the possibility of extended supervision or not, possibility of parole or not. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any comments for the court on behalf of your daughter?
Sure, I don't think she needs life imprisonment. I mean, the mistakes were made, you know.
Mistakes.
Her not being in the right state of mind when it happened, you know, has a lot to do with it. Her whole life, she was a good kid. You know, drugs mess people up. And that's what happened, but I don't think that she deserves life.
You think she should be?
She has a child, you know, and it'd be nice for her to be able to see her child.
You agree she's got to be punished, correct?
Well, yeah. Yes.
Okay. But is it your testimony that you believe she should be given a chance at the possibility of parole sometime in the future?
Most definitely, yes.
Or extended supervision, that's what they call it. Yes?
Yes.
You knew that your daughter Taylor got involved with Warren Szabo, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that introduced her to drugs, correct?
Correct.
Meth specifically, correct?
Correct.
Intravenous drug use, correct?
It was like night and day. She completely changed. It's a different person.
You believe your daughter got addicted to the methamphetamine or other drugs?
Yes.
Do you believe that she should get some treatment, counseling?
She should have been getting treatment this whole time. I don't know why she hasn't.
With regards to your daughter, she has mental health problems, is that correct?
Correct.
She's been to Purveya Health and got treatment there, correct?
Correct.
She's received treatment through Bellin Psychiatric Center in the past, is that fair?
Yep.
She was under a civil commitment order in order to take psychotropic medications, a court order, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
That she was found mentally ill in the past by a court of law here in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
You were involved in that process, weren't you?
I was.
Trying to get your help for your daughter, correct?
Yeah.
Lots of different medications were tried, correct?
That is correct, yeah. Some that, like, she was just the guinea pig for some of that medication that just did not work and probably too strong. Not qualified, I guess, to say that, but just did not work for her.
Sure. And Mr. Coronado, when she was staying at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center, was it your understanding that she was getting injectable antipsychotic medication during that short period of time that she was there?
I believe so.
And then she was released and then the medication stopped, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that your daughter had been receiving mental health treatment or counseling for quite a long time since her younger years?
That's fair, yep.
That it would start, then it would stop. There was no consistency. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Do you feel that she fell through the cracks with regards to mental health treatment and all that other kind of treatment?
Definitely.
You talked to the people from the Department of Corrections, Rebecca Chavez, correct?
I believe that was her name. Wasn't sure.
Did you, when you found out that Taylor, your daughter, was involved with Warren Szabo, did you talk to her about the relationship, or did your daughter come to you and talk about the relationship, whether there were problems or it was good? Can you tell me about that?
No, they mostly kept to themselves. I knew she was seeing him, but they mostly kept to themselves. So she was working there, and then she quit her job. and just hung out with him. So during that time when he was out of jail, we didn't really communicate too much.
Was Mr. Schabo abusive to your daughter?
I believe he was, yeah.
When your daughter was living with you, did she ever come to tell you that she was having hallucinations, visual or auditory hallucinations? She was seeing things, hearing things, anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that, when that happened and what she told you?
Just that she would see shadows, from time to time.
And she'd hear things?
I believe so, yep.
What did you do?
It would come and go. Well, just talk to her, calmed her down, walked around until we were able to get her some help, or try to get her some help through Purveyor.
You agree that over time, the field of medicine, the field of psychiatry, the field of psychology improves every year. You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if she was taking the medicine, or if it was around, but I don't think the medicine really quite worked for her. She'd be drowsy, it would take a different effect on her.
Make her a zombie?
She didn't feel like, definitely, yes.
What else were you going to say?
Just she wouldn't feel right. Her stomach would hurt, and just a lot of issues with the prescribed medicine.
Would you agree that your daughter has redeeming qualities to her?
No.
Can you tell me what they are?
I don't know, it's sad for me to sit up here, knowing what happened and stuff, and knowing my daughter the way, she was, and the way she still can be. It's just night and day. She was always a loving, caring person. She liked to have fun, liked to joke around a lot.
Like she does in court.
She's not the monster that, she's being made out to be. That's for sure.
You agree your daughter's got to be punished?
I'm sorry?
Do you agree that your daughter has to be punished?
Has to be punished?
Yes.
I'm sure it is.
Are you saying you want the court to give her a chance to get back into society in the future at some point?
Definitely, yes. She need help, mental help, for sure.
And
is she going to get that help? From whatever happens, moving forward, I don't know, but she definitely needs help.
And is she able to love?
Yes.
Is she able to form relationships with family members?
Definitely.
Friends?
Yep.
When she lived with you, did she have friends over sometimes or bring people over?
All the time, yeah. She had many friends.
And did she like to go to Ohio to visit an extended family over there?
Whenever we would go, yeah. Mostly when they were younger.
Your daughter, do you think she's a lost cause or not?
No.
You think she could be fixed?
Yes, for sure, definitely.
Going to take some time though, right?
Yeah. With the right help, of course.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Cross-examination from the state?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Okay. Maybe they have one more witness. I don't know if they're going to bring a drug person or I don't know. I thought they said they're going to bring a drug person too or something.
Another witness?
Yes. I'll call Dr. James O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. O'Donnell, if you want to come on up.
This one might be the last one, I think, for the defense. I think the prosecution, which is they're going to bring, I think, Shad's mother, maybe, for a victim impact, maybe. I don't know if they're calling other people, actually. I'm not sure.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
James O'Donnell, James Donnell.
Okay, then, Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Dr. O'Donnell, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you tell us briefly about your education?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree of pharmacy from the University of Illinois, a doctor of pharmacy from the University of Michigan, and a master's degree in nutrition from Rush University.
Previously, you testified at a motion hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your curriculum vitae or your resume was previously filed with the court, correct?
Yes.
What professional experiences have you had?
I spent 5 years as a clinical pharmacist at the Cook County Hospital, responsible for developing pharmacy services and consulting with physicians, nurses, and patients on drug therapy. I spent 12 years at the Presbyterian St. Luke's Hospital with similar duties, but during that tenure I switched from clinical pharmacy to clinical pharmacology, research and practice. During that time, I was appointed to the faculty of the Rush Medical College in the Department of Pharmacology, first as an instructor and then promoted to assistant professor, and currently I'm an associate professor at the Rush Medical College. I ended my hospital work at Rush, Presbyterian St. Luke's, gone through a couple name changes. In the late 80s, since then I've stayed on the faculty and have extensive faculty experiences, but also at that time I expanded my work in consulting first with pharmaceutical companies, some government agencies, that pretty much switched to forensic matters and civil lawsuits and criminal matters in courts for various criminal events. Along the road, I've published 350 or so articles, including several dozen book chapters, all of which address, not all, but most of which address the adverse effects of drugs, but primarily therapeutic, but also recreational drugs. And I have edited 8 books. The last 8, number 8 hasn't been printed yet, but it's still in the printing and final editing process. 5 of those books are titled Drug Injury. The books address issues of both therapeutic and recreational, including amphetamines and methamphetamines and stimulants. 2 books address issues of the science of drug development. That's a brief review of my 43-page resume.
You've worked as a clinical pharmacist?
A clinical pharmacist and a clinical pharmacologist.
What are you currently doing?
I'm currently an associate professor working at the Rush Medical College in the affiliated with the Ovarian Cancer Research Lab, a member of the Institutional Review Board for Patient Safety for Investigational Studies, and a member of the Admissions Committee for the Medical College, and I also give lectures and seminars in the bioethics course in the graduate college. I described my editorial work. Unfortunately, that book is not finished. I intend it to be my last book. Then I do this forensic consulting, primarily in civil matters, but I do work in criminal matters like this, and that consultation work in civil and criminal matters is throughout the United States, including, obviously, Wisconsin.
You're in private practice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You do forensic consulting, correct?
I'm sorry?
You do forensic consulting?
Yes, I do.
What's the name of your business?
Pharma Consultant Incorporated.
And that's in Illinois?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes, sir.
How many times, sir?
More than 400 times in 40 years.
In what states?
Approximately 35 to 38 states, including Wisconsin. There's, you can estimate 10 to 12 states that I haven't given testimony in.
You testified here in Brown County in other car crashes involving reckless homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you testified in any homicide cases?
Drug-induced homicide cases and other homicide cases I have testified, and have testified in death penalty hearings.
Come on, let's get on with it.
Testified in most of the criminal testimony is in things like DWI and aggravated OWI, or drug-induced homicide by vehicle, or selling drugs to people that kill the people and they arrest the person that sell or give the drug to them.
Have you testified in state and federal courts?
I have, including in Wisconsin.
Have you testified for private defense attorneys, for prosecutors, for U.S. attorneys?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Okay. The topics that you've testified about, can you briefly tell me about that?
It's simple matters. It's did the drug cause an injury or not? If so, how did the drug cause an injury? What could have been done to avoid the injury? Within civil matters, since I'm also a pharmacist, I evaluate whether or not the pharmacist committed errors, violated the standard of practice, if their error or violation caused injury to a patient who got the wrong drug with the wrong directions, or was not cautioned about an interaction between one or the other drug. Those are the only cases I testify in the standard of care of a health professional.
Have you worked with drug testing as well?
I've done that in my training and for a period in a research sabbatical 40 years ago. I don't do drug testing. I do interpret drug testing. That's done in a toxicology laboratory or a hospital laboratory to evaluate that toxicology results into a clinical context and what those numbers mean in terms of what effect it would have on the individual from whom the samples were drawn for the toxicology testing. And I have also given lectures on principles of toxicology in a graduate college.
Have you dealt with pharmacokinetics and detection periods?
Yes, pharmacokinetics is part of pharmacology. It is what the body does to the drug, and detection period, by definition, is how long the drug can be assessed, analyzed in various body fluid, be it either blood, saliva, and urine being the most common, and urine being the matrix or biologic sample that for which the longest detection period exists.
Have you worked with government agencies?
Yes, many. Wisconsin Board of Pharmacy, Illinois Board of Pharmacy, Illinois Departments of Mental Health, Public Health, Attorney General, Drug Enforcement Administration, United States Attorney, United States Congress, Chicago Police Department. There may be a few others.
Wisconsin Board of Pharmacy?
That was the first one I mentioned, yes.
Have you ever examined patients to determine the beneficial or toxic effects related to drugs?
I did that in my clinical practice in both the Cook County Hospital and Presbyterian St. Luke's Hospital. Over the period of about 20 years, I've done that in my forensic practice. And indeed, one of the other things I do is I do private consulting outside of any type of litigation for patients who are seeking answers or assistance on medication management. And sometimes patients are referred to me by their physicians to help solve their puzzles, solve their problems.
Okay. Now, with regards to this case, you were retained by the defense, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what did I ask you to do as far as services in this case?
You asked me to evaluate the matter, evaluate this Schuabusiness, chronic and acute drug use related to the homicide, evaluate, review, and to do so to review police reports, videos, autopsy, toxicology of the victim, pre-sentence. I've read since then pre-sentence investigation reports.
This is like dragging.
Interview.
He doesn't need to just get to the fucking thing and get your credentials ready. Ridiculous.
Before the hearing I was here for, I think it was in June or July. And I provided you with my opinions as to her drug use, her drug history, my assessment as to the toxicity from primarily an intense, high dose, almost daily intravenous methamphetamine use on her brain and her behavior, and also reviewing her psychological and psychiatric history, what effects those her methamphetamine use would have on her mental illnesses that she was diagnosed with. So I didn't do the mental illness diagnosis that was done by mental health professionals, but I considered what effect the mental illnesses would have on the drug use and vice versa, because that's part of what I do. We look at the drug, but again, get the clinical context. So what is this drug use, either whether it's quantified or actually measured in the exact amounts, or qualified, described as how frequent. Look at any evidence surrounding this as to what or how
you guys look up at the screen.
Drug use affects an individual's life, and then take into incorporate the clinical context of prior psychiatric treatment, psychological and psychiatric diagnosis, any psychotropic drugs for any mental illnesses, the effectiveness of those psychotropic drugs, whether or not the patient was compliant with the medications, whether or not when they use the medications and were not using methamphetamine, whether their behavior enhanced. So it's a lot of moving parts, but that's what a pharmacologist does, in contrast to a toxicologist that just looks at the numbers and says, this is how much was used.
Yeah. You understood, or you were provided information as to the events that happened with regards to this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that blood was taken from a bucket and then used for testing purposes, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what drugs Taylor Schuabusiness admitted to using up to and during the date of the incident?
Yes. She was using methamphetamine and marijuana, cannabis.
Daily?
Marijuana daily, methamphetamine almost daily. Those are her words. So there were some days she didn't use it, and that was over the course of approximately a 2-year period, with the exception of when she became pregnant, decided and stopped drug use, but drug use resumed after she gave birth and lost her baby, came back to Wisconsin.
Methamphetamine is highly addictive, is that fair?
Extremely highly addictive, one of the most addictive drugs that we know.
That's T-Bag made the image. Shout out to T-Bag.
Based on your training and experience and knowledge, can methamphetamine use cause hallucinations, visual or auditory?
Yes, both. It can cause a form of drug-induced psychosis.
What is psychosis?
Psychosis, the easiest way to describe it is a loss of touch with reality.
Delusion?
Delusions includes hallucinations, just the loss of touch. What they do makes no sense. What they say makes no sense. They're not reasoned with. To use an old term, they're out of it.
If Ms. Schuabusiness indicated that she had used 51 hits of methamphetamine prior to the incident on or about February 22nd of 2022, would you have a concern about that?
What I have concern, yes, I've never heard of that much methamphetamine used in one setting. I'd be interested to learn what the gram weight is of the methamphetamine, because we have a little bit more context then, but someone, for instance, using 1, 2, 3 grams a day represents tolerance that the subject has to use more to get the same effect. But even in the course of use of using it, the way methamphetamine is used, it's astounding.
As far as Taylor Schuabusiness, how did she use it? Was it IV? Did she smoke it?
In her usual method of administration is IV, but she told me that she smoked it on the day of the homicide. That was the preferred method of the victim used, who was also a methamphetamine user. And that's how it's the term hit applies is to smoking rather than injecting.
Was it your understanding that the victim and Ms. Schuabusiness were using meth prior to the incident on February 22nd of 2022?
Immediately prior to, and that for some time regularly used meth together, and that he was her source.
Did Taylor tell you when she first started using meth?
Yes, when her husband was released from prison, he was a methamphetamine user. He returned to using methamphetamine, and he got her started on it. And that I have a figure in my mind of approximately 2 years. I think that release was late 2019. About that time.
Okay. Did Taylor tell you or describe the effects that meth had on her?
It destroyed her life. Those were not her words, but with my take on it, she lost the job that she had for 3 years. It was mentioned earlier, the Suppoedly cheese company. She told me she liked the job. She made good money working there. But when she started using meth, she stopped going to work. Meth was all that she did. She had other jobs, but they never lasted because she was either high or unable to go to work. It changed her. She became, I don't know anything, didn't know anything about her personality, which I've heard about today, but she did, was arrested for aggressive behavior against police officers. And I think that that's what precipitated her commitment to Nicolette for the forced psychiatric treatment and medication treatment. She hadn't had that type of behavior before methamphetamine use. She had mental illnesses. She did have psychiatric diagnoses, but those were much more prominent after the methamphetamine use.
What psychiatric diagnoses do you understand that Ms. Schuabusiness had at the time of the incident in this case?
By my reading, they're described as bipolar 1 with psychotic symptoms, schizoaffective spectrum disorder, PTSD, depression or major depressive disorder, and history of ADHD for which she was not treated.
Do you have any opinions to share with the court on the issue of impairment or that kind of topic on the date of the incident?
Yes. Based on in the setting of long-term chronic intensive use of methamphetamine in a mental.
Put in one of those cases.
Yeah.
Somebody do that?
Yeah.
What?
Go ahead.
In the setting of
bro, this is crazy, man.
in this young lady's life, with mental illness diagnosis or defect that is principally bipolar, extensive use on that day would cause significant intoxication and impairment. Methamphetamine affects the prefrontal lobe, executive function, judgment, discretion, consequences, and through a mechanism of altering the brain chemistry, principally dopamine and subsidiaries of dopamine and other neurotransmitters. That's the mechanism of the acute use in a setting of chronic use in similar situations. She's already damaged goods. She already has brain damage from coming into the setting on the date of the homicide and using again. In other words, the chronic use causes over the constant daily insults to the brain function, the brain chemistry, the brain substance, such that even without the use of continuing use of methamphetamine, there is chronic damage that is present as a result of that long-term use, such that an individual has impairments to that, again, the prefrontal lobe, the cerebral cortex, deliberation, evaluation, judgment, risk-taking. So on that day, extreme, intensive methamphetamine intoxication. This young lady, because of her mental illness, the use of methamphetamine in the setting of mental illness, bipolar, particularly bipolar that's not being treated with a psychotropic drug, the methamphetamine exacerbates the bipolar disorder. And indeed, for the Schuabusiness, the neuropsychologist who evaluated her a year after the arrest, and over a period of more than a year since her incarceration, where she has no exposure to drugs, still has this mental illness and still has psychotic features, and therefore the mental illness is not drug-induced, but in this setting, drugs will enhance the manifestations or negative consequences of the bipolar. And then finally, and I think I alluded to it, bipolar does have effective drug treatments, certainly much more effective than schizophrenic medications. However, if the patient is not given the medications, is not or does not take the medications, they don't have the benefit of the therapeutic gains with medications. Under that setting, where we have a patient who has a mental illness and is untreated and uses a toxic methamphetamine, there's even greater risk for a worsening mental impairment in setting where it's just total psychosis and a total loss of reality.
Yeah.
Long opinion, but I think that's everything.
Can we begin?
If a person like Taylor Schuabusiness used marijuana at a young age, can that impair, alter, or distort her memory?
Yes. One of the consequences is memory distortion, but there's also a shrinkage of the development of the brain. The brain doesn't develop in a adolescent that uses marijuana chronically the way to its fullest potential as it would without marijuana. And part of that is so you're just dealing with less mass. One of the impairments that documented is memory distortion. And then I haven't said anything about the acute effects of marijuana with methamphetamine, because marijuana, in my opinion, is, if you rate these drugs in terms of risk on a scale of 1 to 100, marijuana is at a 5 and methamphetamine is at 1,000.
As far as methamphetamine, does that impair cognition and other temperaments in an individual that uses?
Cognition, thinking, deliberation, control and behavior, risk-taking. There's even something that I just recently learned, that episodic memory impairments. One of the applications of that is that people get so messed up using methamphetamine, but they continue using it. Now they're addicted to it, but they forget how bad they were during their last near-death binge. So yeah, but it's cognition, and it just wipes out thought processes. There's no control over thoughts, and there's no control over behavior.
Impairs memory?
Methamphetamine, yes, it does impair memory.
Marijuana as well?
Yes.
With regards to methamphetamine, can that drug cause someone to have violent behavior?
Oh, yes. Violent behavior, and also part of the violent behavior is the criminal element of people robbing and shooting you to get your drugs or steal your money that you're using to buy drugs. But yes, violent behavior, violent attacks on individuals, attacks on police officers, suicides, homicides. One of the most predictably violent and aggressive stimulating drugs.
Fair to say that the more meth you use, the worse it gets as far as violence, aggressiveness.
That's fair, but I would have to be caution that not everybody's going to have the same extent of the violence, which is good, because otherwise we'd have many more, considering the number of methamphetamine users in our population. We'd have many more drug-induced homicides, methamphetamine attacks.
Dr. O'Donnell, is it your testimony that meth use alters the brain chemistry?
It absolutely, yes, it is my testimony. That is my opinion. That's well described. That's how it causes the high, by altering the brain chemistry. It says you do it too much, and indeed there's some literature that describes eventually the methamphetamine users develop Parkinson-like disease because their brain chemistry has been so messed up when they were young that the consequences are that they're at much greater risk for developing Parkinson's and at earlier age than Parkinson's is seen. Parkinson's is someone with movement disorders and has trouble walking and controlling their muscles.
Is it your testimony that methamphetamine use, chronic acute use, can create delusions, hallucinations, psychosis?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, just briefly, Doctor. So I wanted to pick up where we left off there. You said that, chronic methamphetamine use, alters the brain chemistry. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that something that can be unaltered in some way, the brain chemistry?
Pardon?
Is that something that can be unaltered in some way, the brain chemistry?
With many, in regular circumstances, the chemical changes that are induced by a drug do go back to normal in certain circumstances, certain drugs. So the answer is yes.
Okay, but so you're saying from a young age, chronic use of methamphetamine, fundamentally changes the brain. Is that consistent
Yes.
with what you said? Okay, so then that chronic use at some point, is that able to be reversed in some manner?
Any damages are permanent.
Okay. And I guess one of the damages of long-term meth abuse, I think you said no control over thoughts, no control over behaviors.
That was acute.
Oh, for acute.
That was acute.
Okay.
The damages of chronic methamphetamine use is that there can be psychosis, there can be lapses into psychosis. It can, and it can worsen any other mental illnesses. That's the major risk. Methamphetamine use doesn't cause mental illnesses. Methamphetamine use can exacerbate mental illnesses while it's being used.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So you're not a psychologist, right?
No, sir.
Nor a psychiatrist.
I am not.
So you rely on some of those prior diagnoses in reaching some of your opinions, though, right?
Yes, I'm relying on diagnoses made by psychiatrists and psychologists.
Okay, and I think you said the principal one was bipolar 1 that Mr. Business had?
Yes.
That was a prior diagnosis that was made?
Yes.
That was nothing you, I guess, are capable of diagnosing?
Right, I would not diagnose that.
Okay. So, if a court-appointed psychologist in the case found there was, quote, no credible evidence she has an underlying mental illness such as bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or a like condition, you wouldn't be able to dispute that, right?
No, I think it would be no, I would not dispute that.
Okay. But, obviously using these prior diagnoses helps form your current opinion about her mental state. Is that right? These prior diagnoses of bipolar 1, schizoaffective.
I used prior diagnoses and subsequent diagnoses to identify the mental illness that she had and has, and then I considered the effects of methamphetamine without mental illness, methamphetamine with mental illness, the effect of methamphetamine on any mental illness, and the effect of the inability or the non-treatment for mental illness that puts her at risk for behavioral alterations and also greater risk of impairment and toxicity from methamphetamine use. Again, it sounds like it's a lot of moving parts, but I hope hope it described it so it's not confusing.
Sure. So the information you're relying on in terms of the acute methamphetamine on the date of this incident, that's information that comes from Schuabusiness, right?
It comes from Schabusiness. Yes, it does, and it's corroborated by the toxicology reports of the victim.
So her intoxication level is corroborated by the toxicology results of some person?
If they're using methamphetamine together, and he's the source of methamphetamine, and she's an addict of methamphetamine, she's going to use methamphetamine. And that's the underlying basis for me believing that when she said she used methamphetamine during those activities.
Sure, but you have no information about the amount she used?
No, I don't.
Or the exposure she had previously or tolerance she had?
I assume she had tolerance. The amount she used previously, with frequency, I don't know whether I got that in my notes or not, and I don't have my notes, so I don't know exactly. But she, in part of her treatment, she was identified as having methamphetamine use disorder and cannabis use disorder, as well as bipolar 1. I think that those were the diagnoses at the Nicolette Treatment Center, which was not too long before the homicide.
Yeah, sure, in 2021's. But in terms of objective evidence of her intoxication under methamphetamine, marijuana, whatever substance, the night of this incident, you have no information?
I have no toxicology tests from her, and I didn't witness her use the drug. I wasn't there.
And I guess she said she's 51 hits. Did she tell you that, or?
No, she did not. I just heard that last night on the phone and this morning in court.
All right, but that would be something you never heard of before in your...
I had never heard of that before.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. I have nothing further.
You're welcome.
Mr. Freilich, any redirect?
Please.
No, Your Honor.
Good.
Thank you. You can sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, God. Jeez. That's it, right? With
Other witnesses, Mr. Freilich.
No, Your Honor.
Good.
I have no other witnesses other than possibly my client. I have to talk to her about that.
Okay.
He looks annoyed, like...
Well, we started late this morning. It's 11:45, so we've been going about 2 hours.
Wait a minute, let's get the show on the road.
So my
What are you saying?
inclination is to break for about 15 minutes and come back and just keep going. Otherwise, we take a lunch. I don't know how much time what we have left is going to take, but that's what I plan on doing. And I guess, Mr. Freilich, if your client is going to testify, maybe I'd reassess that when we arrive back here at noon.
Okay.
But let's break for 15 minutes. Everybody can take a brief recess. You can speak with your client. We'll come back at noon and decide how we want to proceed from there, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
We're recess.
Oh. Okay. I didn't know I was signing up for this today. We were signing up. 15-minute break. Take a 15-minute break. I think I'm going to take a little break, too. Go use the restroom. Be back. Let me get the super chats as well. Thank you guys for joining me today. No notifications, but we're doing good. Let's see, where did I leave off at? SW4x4 Explorers, thank you for the super chat. So Spit Mask usually can can to be removed by the wearer. I do not believe this is a spit mask, not one medically used. Somebody here replied to Jenna Balby. Thank you for the super chat. Says it is a spit hood, like Sarah Fland transport spit hood. The mesh top kind of looks like a bun, but it's the top, so she can't pull it down. Okay, Linda, thank you for the super chat. Says this is so Mel, this is so disrespectful to the victim and family. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is she has her rights, I guess, to have these people come up and try to, you know, I guess get her a lesser sentence. To me, this has all been like I guess it's a desperate attempt, but it's like it doesn't sway me, not even in the least, not even like oh yeah, maybe. For me, I just not at all, nothing. Just the way she's conducted herself in the courtroom and unapologetic, laughing, joking, everything's a fucking joke. You know, and I'm guessing the family's there too. I don't feel any kind of remorse for this woman at all. Yeah, her dad's a piece of S, you know. She's gone through some stuff in her life and drugs, but like you still need to face the punishment. And the fact too that these other medical experts are saying that she's bullshitting. Besides her own people that said that, oh yeah, she has this and has that. I mean, I don't know. She got something got to be wrong with her. But Miss Mojo Rising, thank you for the super chat. It says best twin pick to date. Thank you, Mandy L. Thank you, T-Bag, for all the Mels. Thank you, T-Bag. Yeah, appreciate that. Jane A, thank you for the super chat. It says dude is a quack. No proof of drugs lead to Parkinson's. Well, this whole thing of like the whole 51 hits. Where did they even get that from? I guess that's what Taylor said. So that's what the prosecution was like. You're just getting this information from Taylor as if she's somebody that's credible and trustworthy. You don't even know how much drugs she took. You don't really even know her history based on what these other people told you. So my shirt, it says, I'm only here for an alibi. It's CrimeCon merch. I was at CrimeCon this weekend. Okay, so I'm gonna take a few minutes. I'm gonna go use the restroom, chill for a little bit, take a breather. Hopefully it doesn't go too much longer. I mean, I may have to get up in a little bit, like in an hour. I may have to get up and my Facebook streaming is still messed up. I may have to get up in a little bit and go pick up my daughter. But we'll see. Maybe they'll be done because I don't know if this is where they're going to bring in victim impact statements as well as witnesses, or is that separate? The only thing I could see the prosecution bringing, maybe besides the mother, I think the mother's going to talk. Shad's mother is maybe bringing some like an expert back out to just solidify again their findings of like bullshit. But I don't know. I don't think this helps her case much at all, Taylor. So at this point, they're just trying to fight for her to get maybe like life with parole or something, or extended supervision or whatever. So, all right, yeah. So I'll be back, guys. I'll be around. We'll leave this up here. 15-minute break.
All right, be seated. Okay, Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, my client will make some comments as part of her right of elocution after the arguments of counsel.
Okay, all right, very good. Then, my thought had been that if Ms. Schuabusiness was going to testify, we'd probably take a break for lunch and come back. But given that she's not going to testify, she's going to use her right of elocution. My thought is we just proceed right to arguments and then sentencing. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Freilich?
No, that's fine.
All right. So then, I know, Mr. Saunders, you had indicated there was something regarding the victim impact statement you wanted to do. Was it going to be read in, or how did you want to handle that?
I believe now two family members of the victim wish to orally address the court judge.
Okay.
I think just orally as a victim impact statement. So.
Very good. And if they want to come up and stand, there's a microphone right above. If you want to stand right between those two pillars there, they can stand right there. And if you could just tell me your name first, sir.
Kelly Therian, Chad's uncle. I basically just wanted to say that there's no excuse for what you had done. I don't care if it's drugs or upbringing, you know. We all go through hard times growing up, at least the majority of us have. You have the opportunity to change that. You have the opportunity to, you know, see that you have a problem. There's, you know, I've been in recovery a little over 3 years in AA. I drank for 41 years. I realized I had a problem. So there's just, basically to me, you took the easy way out. It's you did the most cowardly, weakest things that you could do possible. You know, you meet a person in school, you say he's your friend, you become friends, become girlfriend, boyfriend, lovers, gain his trust. An innocent person that's very kind, would do anything for you. And I believe you used that and you had this plan and took your opportunity when you did. There's no excuse, you know, I don't see it no other way. To take advantage of someone's kindness like that, that's like the most irritating thing for me. You know, you get to know somebody and they trust you, and then you do that. You say, and then you say that you're a friend, you're his friend. You said that in the statements. It's like, man. But you know, I walked into a program and it's free. You know, you can go get help and it's free. All over the place there's help. And it doesn't cost a dime, you know. It's either, and the first thing they tell you in there, you know, you want to continue doing what you're doing. It's going to be jails, institution, or death. And you chose that path, and you chose the wrong path. They sit here talking about being rehabilitated. Is Shad's mother going to ever rehabilitate from this? No, but you can go to an institution, you can go to prison and try to be rehabilitated, but I don't see no reason why you'd have parole after the doctor had just mentioned once you have so much damage that it's irreversible. You know, so why would, don't make no sense to me even to have the option of parole to come back and to gain someone's trust like that again. You know, because that is like the lowest thing a person can do. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that. And the biggest thing is, you know, like I said, you know, the help is free and it's there. You chose not to take, you know, I'm sure you knew you had a problem, you know. You can't blame it on childhood. You know, there's help out there. And if you take the path to go get the help, you wouldn't be in this situation right now. None of us would be in this situation. But to take the cowardly path that you did and to make other people suffer because you were suffering is pretty shitty. So that name Taylor Schuabusiness fits you well. And I'm not a praying man, but after Judge Walsh here sentencers today, I will pray that you meet the same fate as your idealistic Jeffrey Dahmer.
Let's go!
So have a good life, shit business.
Yeah, fuck you! Let's go! Sit back, laughing the entire time through the trial, joking,
The
kiki
next
ha
speaker will be a statutory crime victim, so we'd ask the media to be advised of that, Judge.
Okay. I just want to, all right, they're indicating they are going to make sure that they're not video.
And I'll just get them out to listen to the part that I missed.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, if you could just, sir, before you start, if you just state your name for the record.
Michael Therian.
Okay, go ahead.
Taylor, I just wanted to say that I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. But you know, I'm gonna miss Shad. He was a wonderful child too. Growing up, just mild mannered and just happy, and I know you made a bad choice, and like I said, I forgive you, and I'm gonna ask the judge if he can, you know, if she can see the streets again sometime. You know, it may not be soon, but I believe everybody makes bad choices, and maybe not to the scale, but I think there's a lot of hope for you. I think, you know, you can make use of your time and be a better person, and do great things yet, you know, so.
Great things.
It does no good for me to hate you, you know. I know you got a heart, I know you got a mind, and I wish you no harm, and I hope things go well for you. That's all I got.
And she even looks confused. She's like, what the fuck? I understand the forgiveness thing. Some people, they got to do that, you know, to move on and let go and stuff like, or I don't know, it's part of the process, I guess. I couldn't do that. Somebody did that to my daughter or something like that. No way in hell I'd be like, yeah, you should see this. So. I hope they forgive you. You get out early and like you're a good heart.
State for sentencing
Fuck that. Crazy?
Thank you. So ultimately, the state's recommendation is that the defendant not be eligible for release at any point onto extended supervision.
The shit that she did to this guy?
Obviously, we're here for legally and morally the most serious offense somebody can commit in this state. Really, I think a few points bear emphasis. I'm not going to rehash the entire trial testimony for the court, but I do think a few points bear emphasis. Really, the manner and nature of which Ms. Schuabusiness caused Shad's death in this case, I think is really one of the more egregious, frankly incomprehensible methods of ending another person's life that we've seen in this county and certainly in a significant period of time. So it's one thing we sometimes see intentional homicides where there is a bad choice. There is a decision in a moment of anger or whatever it is to pull a trigger on a gun or to hit somebody in anger. And while that intent exists when they're committing that act or when they're pulling that trigger, it's sometimes rather fleeting. The manner, as we heard from the defendant herself, explain how she ended Chad's life. This really wasn't a bad decision. It was a series of conscious efforts. It was continued effort over, as she said, 3 to 5 minutes as she's telling and describing for Detective Groff and Detective Kemp, pantomiming how she's pulling harder, how she's glibly talking about how he's turning purple, and I liked it. I'm pulling harder. He's coughing up blood. I'm pulling harder. I kept going. I was waiting for him to die. This really is an involved process. It's a method of ending another person's life that really is quite significant, and I think evinces some significant concerns going forward, both in looking at the nature of the offense, as we have to, but in looking at some of the other factors the court's to consider, and which I'll be commenting on earlier. It's really one of the most horrific ways to end a person's life. And again, it's bad enough to do to anyone, but as we heard, there was this level of trust and friendship and familiarity between the two, which I think is just really makes the acts of the defendant really incomprehensible in that respect. You have, obviously, the method of ending his life was significant and serious, but after the fact, not realizing, in the course of this conduct, her actions are going too far, and to the opposite, actually going further, and as I commented on earlier, but not then owning up to what happened, not realizing
not sorry at all.
The impact of her subsequent acts would have on Chad and his memory, on his family, on this community, really, to engage in the acts that she did with his body, which I'm not going to comment on what those are. The court and counselor are aware of what happened.
Played with his body,
and the
his body for
systematic and
hours.
organized and laborious efforts she undertook. Again, that's nothing we've seen in this county. I can't imagine in many counties have seen acts of callous brutality like that. And I do think that's an extremely aggravating factor. I recall Dr. Tranquita's testimony from trial talking about the amount of effort and volition and choice that would have to be done to undergo what the defendant did over a period of hours. This was not again, one bad choice in some respects. It was the choice to end his life in the first place, certainly a bad choice, but continued bad choices throughout the next day, throughout the morning and into the night, where she's finally stopped by law enforcement. It's really the three convictions that Ms. Schuabusiness was convicted of, I think are just really some of the more egregious conduct that the court will sentence a person on for some time. The court saw the entire 8-hour interview in the course of the litigation. We saw portions of that interview as she's describing this to law enforcement, and really we see really from moment one, and that continued throughout the pendency of the proceedings in the case, to her comments in the PSI. We'll see what the allocution is today, but really a lack of remorse or understanding or appreciation, I guess, is
What's this
in
prosecutor's
some
name?
respects of the conduct that she's engaging in. We saw her calmly describe what happened, at some points being rather glib and smirking about what she had done. As we see later in the PSI, having very little remorse for what she's done. And ultimately, the defendant, we've heard a lot about drug use and mental health history, which I'll comment on later. But really, the defendant herself is telling us why this happened. And it wasn't because methamphetamine. It wasn't because of mental illness. She's telling law enforcement why this happened. It happened because she liked it. It's because she wanted to do it. And again, throughout the entirety of this case, we see this underlying motive is essentially, it's kind of consistent, right? We see, and we have seen acts of acting out, both in court and to examiners who are seeing her. It's consistent in the state's view with a lack of remorse, of understanding of the conduct that she engaged in. And I think that's all consistent. I think it's all an aggravating circumstance for the court to consider at sentencing. And I want to talk to, because impact on the crime victims is a factor the court considered. And I want to comment on that in two respects. First, the perseverance of this family to have the attitude they have about the case and about Taylor is admirable. Is to hear the things they've had to hear and experience the things they've had to experience, I think is tremendous. So the thought of the defendant having perpetrated this act and impacting them in that way, I think is incredibly concerning. It was heartening, as I've been the prosecutor for many months on this case, and in reading the PSI, getting to know more about Shad, and I want to comment on that, because unfortunately the case we've heard, really everything we've heard about him has been in the context of what Taylor did to him. And it's really unfortunate that that's the memory that some people will have about him. And again, that's a result of the defendant's acts to, in some respects, really tinge the memory that some may have of him. And I don't want that to be the case. But we heard the good. We heard how he was a good and a quiet kid, how he would always hug his dad on the way out of before he left the house, how he would read and knit and crochet with his younger sister. And that's the person the defendant took out of this world. You know, for all the talk about how young the defendant is, Shad was 24 when he passed. So all the things we hear the defendant wants to experience in life, she still has that opportunity in a confined setting. And simply put, Shad does not. So the impact on the crime victims, I think, is significant. We then look at Schuabusiness's character. I guess I'll first comment on the prior history, which we consider, and I guess we're also sentencing on. There are 3 prior convictions. She was just placed on probation 6 weeks before this offense, and appropriately so. In reviewing the complaints, she kicked an officer. There's indications of methamphetamine or other substance abuse that led to that conduct. She then, in the fleeing case, fled at 80 miles an hour down the downtown Green Bay when it's populated with bar patrons and other pedestrians walking down the street. She's hopping curbs. She's not stopping. She's blowing through red lights. Again, there was indicia that drug use was at play there. And those were both in 2020. So as we heard earlier, there was ample time. And in reviewing the materials, efforts were made to address the underlying substance abuse issues. She was placed on probation, and really nothing of much was accomplished in that short period of time. The little that was accomplished, she absconded from electronic monitoring. She cut off the bracelet and really then obviously engaged in this conduct. So the state agrees that, you know, considering this idea of rehabilitation, and that's always a goal, but in some respects, that opportunity was afforded, both during the criminal cases and in reviewing all of the materials at many points throughout her life, and unfortunately either was not followed through with, was not taken seriously, and I think that's a concern going forward. We consider the background of the defendant, and I echo the comments earlier. That's not a childhood. That's not an early adolescence that anyone should have to go through. And that's, you know, it's really difficult to hear some of that stuff. But when we consider that sort of background information, unfortunately, we deal with a lot of people who have substance abuse issues in the criminal justice system that lead them to make choices they wouldn't normally make, that leads them to become thieves or become burglars or become misdemeanor offenders. Really, I'm not sure we have a nexus here between that underlying substance issue or mental health history and the conduct that we're sentencing her for today. Certainly, we've had a lot of litigation or testimony about the mental health history of the defendant. The court-appointed experts called a majority of that into doubt, and obviously the jury disagreed that there was any mental disease or defect that led to this behavior. And I comment on that because, it's one thing just to say this person has a mental health history or a substance abuse history, and it's important to note, but really why that's relevant at sentencing is it's sometimes a nexus or it's a explanation for one's conduct that maybe then would lead towards maybe rehabilitative efforts. I'm not sure in the case there's that nexus between the prior drug history, mental health history to the extent there is one, and the defendant's conduct here. It appears there was methamphetamine use. We don't know how much, and we don't know, given some of the comments of the defendant after the fact, how much that impacted her decision making. Certainly probably didn't help, but we, as the doctor said today, we've now had this long period of essentially forced sobriety, and we're seeing aberrant behavior throughout that time. Certainly, obviously, nothing to the extent of what she did to Shad, but I comment on that because, yes, there are those histories, and rehabilitation is always a goal of the criminal justice system. And I would think most people in the public and in the state certainly would agree with that. That as a first option, as a response to addiction, to low-level offenses, rehabilitation is a primary goal. Rehabilitation, while important, should not be a primary goal for the court in this case. And I say that in part because of what the defendant did. I think criteria like punishment and deterrence and protection of the public are more primary factors. But it was very concerning to not only hear the defendant talk about the offense to law enforcement, but the comments that were made in the pre-sentence report, which, as I mentioned, I think evince just an utter lack of remorse for what happened. And it's relevant, a lack of remorse, to one's character. Obviously, if somebody's remorseful for their conduct, that reflects favorably on their character, and the state would be the first to acknowledge when that's the case. Here, not only do we have a lack of that, we have really the opposite. We have the defendant in the PSI on page 7 saying, quote, "I don't have any regrets about what I did, and I do not feel remorseful for Shad." So the state's concern really is more, comments like that go more towards protection of the public and the ultimate question for the court of whether this is a person who should be afforded the opportunity to be released. Because really lack of remorse in many respects is more fundamental to protection of the public and those sort of criteria. And that's because understanding, appreciating, being remorseful of one's conduct helps that rehabilitation effort, and it helps ultimately then protection of the public. If you're not acknowledging what you did and that it was bad and that you should feel bad to the victim who did what the defendant did to the victim, why should there ever be a potential for release, to be released back into the community without that understanding? That's step one in the rehabilitation effort. And we don't have that yet. And really we have something completely contrary to that. And that's extremely concerning.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I agree with the Department of Corrections in the case. They're recommending Schuabusiness not be eligible for release, and the state's joining in that. I've reviewed the defense PSI from Mr. Highland and Ms. Nitz, who were retained. They acknowledge in some respects the logical course would be to not be released without the possibility of release, but they come to a different conclusion for really 3 reasons, and I wanted to comment on that. First, they comment that she has a documented history of mental health issues, including hallucinations, ideations, extreme emotional highs and lows, things like that. I do think that's inconsistent with the expert testimony from the court-appointed witnesses in the case from Dr. Engen, from Dr. Seipel. Really, I commented on Dr. Seipel's quote to the doctor earlier in his testimony. I'm not sure if that's the case here. I think it's fair to say some of the beliefs are questioning the behavior that we're seeing, wondering if it's volitional. Some doctors even being more forceful in that opinion that it is, that it's fundamentally volitional choices that the defendant's making. Dr. Seipel found no credible evidence in that, and we're not here to litigate that. I comment on that because if that's one of the bases to conclude that she is eligible for release, I don't know if that's consistent with the evidence that the court's been presented in the case. Second, her intense use of methamphetamine just prior to the offense. Again, I don't know how much of an impact that had. Certainly, we heard about sometimes meth use can cause those gaps in memories and things like that. That's not consistent with what we saw. We saw, to whatever extent the defendant used methamphetamine leading up to the offense. First of all, I don't know if we know what impact that had, and second of all, I don't know how it alleviates the defendant's responsibility or alleviates or gives rise to this notion that if we just have her be treated, that this wouldn't happen again if she was released into the community. I don't know if that nexus is there in this case. The third consideration they commented on is her present inability to fully process and acknowledge the act she engaged in, noting that it appears to come from her reviewing the reports generated by law enforcement. And again, the court's seen the interview. Her recollection and appreciation and understanding of what she did is evident from moment one. It's not from reviewing police reports. In many respects, she was leading the investigation. She knew more than Detective Groff and Detective Kemp, and she's pointing out where everything is. She's providing accurate information that's corroborated by law enforcement on the scene. So this notion that this is somehow she's not fully processed what's going on, not only is that contrary to the evidence, the evidence we have is that she has processed and she simply does not care or appreciate what she did. And I think that's consistent with her comments in the PSI. It's consistent in her attitude and comments to law enforcement in both interviews. And again, I talked about this at length in talking about her remorse, but that gives significant pause. This was not a person who was psychologically unable to understand what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing. The jury agreed. And I think that's evident from the evidence in the case. So they also talk about, this denying the eligibility of release is to reject the possibility that there may be advancements in the future. And certainly that's potentially the case. We have no idea what Ms. Schuabusiness will be like in 2040, 2050, 2060. But that's just one of the factors the courts can consider. To only think in those terms neglects the other criteria, neglects what she actually did in this case, the moral need for punishment, the need for deterrence, the need to protect the public from somebody doing that to another person in this community. So sure, rehabilitation is always an effort, and hopefully in a confined setting that can be accomplished to some extent. But that's not the only criteria. The only criteria is, can we correct this behavior? We also have to address what she actually did. And what she did, as I commented on, is significant. So really, in light of these circumstances, I think the department's recommendation for Ms. Schuabusiness not to be eligible for release is appropriate. There are select cases where the legislature has determined that somebody in the court's discretion should not be eligible for release into the community again. And looking at the criteria and what the defendant did in this case, that's seemingly this case seems to be kind of made for that sort of a result, what the legislature had in mind in crafting that possibility. So I believe the court should exercise its sentencing discretion and deny the eligibility for release. I think in that event, the sentences on the other counts are perhaps moot, but I think the PSI's recommendation for consecutive sentences on the other matters are appropriate. The sentencing after revocation, I'll just agree with the department. They recommend a year in jail. That's appropriate. But really, the preeminent case is obviously the case we're here for today. So that's all I have to say. There's credit, but we'll wait till the end. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. There's a lot of information that the court has to sift through and assess and analyze in this case. We've got the State of Wisconsin Department of Corrections pre-sentence investigation report. We also have the Forte Investigations independent PSI or pre-sentence investigation report. The court heard some testimony from family members, my client's cousin, her father, her grandmother, Dr. O'Donnell. What we have here is a horrific situation that happened. It can't be undone. Certainly the defense agrees that Taylor Denise Schuabusiness has to be punished, but she's a young person. She's 25 years old. We can't undo what happened. What we know is that she's got family that supports her, that loves her, family in Texas, family in Ohio, extended family out there. They're all willing to try and help Taylor in whatever way they can. I think that my client, Your Honor, is not a throwaway. She's not a monster. She's certainly got problems, and over time, I think she can get control over her problems, get help, get rehabilitation, and also be punished. Clearly, when during the trial, the court saw the videotape footage, and when the Green Bay police detectives and officers came to the Eastman Avenue apartment and they made contact with Taylor out on the porch or on the steps, and then had her go back inside and sit down on the stairs, you could tell that she was high on drugs. And then eventually she was questioned and taken out to the police squad car for further questioning down at the Green Bay Police Department. But Taylor is not a throwaway. She's a human being. It's not an eye for an eye. I'm very impressed by Michael Therian, Shad Therian's father. He has a huge heart, and he forgives my client for what happened, and he, from what I heard, believes that he thinks that my client should be given the opportunity for parole or extended supervision down sometime in the future. And I'd ask that the court consider that. He's the victim in this case, and what he asks of the court should be strongly considered. I have a client who is very young. She's a young woman. She has severe mental health problems. It's the elephant in the room. We can't ignore it. She's got all kinds of mental health problems. They have been bore out in the records from Prevea Health, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, from Bellin Health. She was under a civil commitment order in 2021 and under an order to take psychotropic medication. And this young lady has a lot of mental health issues that need intensive treatment and counseling over time. She is a dual diagnosis client or patient. She has severe drug addiction issues, marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine. She apparently used it where she smoked it, where she used it through an IV intravenously. She's had problems for a long time with drugs, and that's an issue that really needs immediate attention by professionals. But this has never been about an eye for an eye. It's about fairness and justice. That my client should be punished, but she should also be given the opportunity to have a chance at the possibility of extended supervision or parole supervision sometime in the future after she gets help. This was one incident. I would argue that my client should not necessarily receive separate punishments, although we have convictions for 3 separate crimes, but it was an incident that occurred on one particular date, February 22nd of 2022, that the sentences should be concurrent. I would argue, Your Honor, and ask the court to consider the fact that this was likely a meth-fueled type of incident on the date of this tragedy. Shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. As far as looking at my client's life, she was born in Evanston, Illinois, Chicago area, moved with family to Green Bay, Wisconsin in 2008, went to school here in the community, went to high school here at Bayport, and then at some point she went to live in Texas with her grandparents, and then came back. I would argue that Taylor Schuabusiness has redeeming social value. She's got the ability to do artwork. She's like soccer. She's like swimming. She's able to function independently. She's of average intelligence. She's got adequate written and verbal skills. She's a high school graduate from Cotulla High School in Texas, where she graduated in 2016. She was very good in different classes like social studies, physical education, science, economics. She's had different kinds of jobs. As a cook for Big Beef City in 2012, 2013. She worked for Tour Temple in Texas in 2012. She worked for Saputo Cheese for about 3 years in 2017 to 2020, making about $21 an hour. She worked for Seek Staffing. When she was in Texas, she was apparently a maintenance supervisor where she made close to maybe $32 an hour. And she was certified for employment purposes in sanitation, forklift, driving, pallet jacking, safety locks, things of that sort. So she's able to do well. Those pictures, the family sent those pictures to me and I sent them to the court. I think the pictures show Taylor as a youngster, as a teenager, and as an adult, that she's got family that loves her, that supports her, that she is needed, and that she can form relationships, and that she's capable of love. I think that Mr. Coronado, it's unfortunate of his situation, but he indicated to the pre-sentence writer that Taylor was a good person, kind-hearted, helped others out, that Taylor struggled after her mom, Marla, passed away in 2009. Taylor Schuabusiness has suffered a significant amount of loss in her life. She lost her mom, Marla, in 2009, lost her brother, AJ, in 2022 from a motorcycle accident. You heard about the other losses from the cousin that testified. My client has a little boy, Mateo, who's age 1, and he's living with Juan and Esther Coronado in Temple, Texas. Those pictures speak 1,000 words. You could see that Taylor was delighted to have that baby come into her life. She kissed his head. She hugged the baby. She was happy with being around her grandparents. You could see that she was close with her brother, AJ. All of these pictures show that she has had a good life where she got love and support from family. The tragedy, the fact that she has these losses, I don't think they were ever really addressed in counseling, but they eroded her mental health. And she had underlying problems besides all of that. My client certainly has a prior record, but it's not a long record. It's not a record where she assaults people and things of that sort.
Did her attorney, previous attorney.
In looking at the independent pre-sentence investigation report from Paul Hyland, those writers, Mr. Hyland and Carrie Nitz, a PsyD licensed abuse counselor, indicates that Ms. Schuabusiness' present inability to fully process and acknowledge the acts that she engaged in on February 22nd, 2022 exists. My client has these mental health problems. She's not getting treatment in the jail. She's not apparently on any medications and probably needs to be. She needs to see professionals to help her address some of these problems that she has. But with the proper treatment, with the proper medication, with the proper counseling, I think she can turn it around and do great things like her father, Arturo Coronado, testified to. She's not a lost cause, Your Honor. And the writers from Forte Investigations indicates at this time, presently, she's unable to psychologically fathom the crimes that she committed during her mental state on February 22nd of 2022. I agree with that. I don't think she is currently able to do that. She's going to need some treatment to process all of this. She was likely in a drug-induced delusional state at the time that that happened. And you even heard from Dr. James O'Donnell, who has a lot of experience dealing with methamphetamine use and chemicals and all of that. He indicated that chronic methamphetamine use causes cognitive impairment. It impairs cognition, can cause violent behavior, delusions, hallucinations, some cases psychosis, and a loss of touch with reality. And I would argue that that's likely what happened here. Likely would not have happened if my client was not using drugs with Mr. Therian. And it's my client's fault that this happened, and she has to be held accountable for that, but the court needs to take that into consideration here. And, the court has the discretion to do whatever the court feels is appropriate, taking into account all of the sentencing factors. And, punishing my client for decades like the Forte Investigation Independent PSI recommends is appropriate. She can be punished, but at some point she should maybe be given the chance or the possibility of being on extended supervision. Because to deny the possibility of consideration for extended supervision in the future is to reject the possibility that there may be advancements in medicine, in psychology, in therapy. Maybe certain medications can fix some of the problems that she has. This is a very complicated case from a psychological, from a mental health standpoint, from a medical standpoint. And I would argue that my client should be given the opportunity to live her later years possibly outside of a confined setting. That it'll give her incentive to work hard in counseling, in therapy, participating in interviews with professionals to try and get a better understanding of the crime and the factors that contributed to it. And the possibility of parole, like Mr. Hyland says, is not synonymous to the probability of parole. We're just asking the court to consider the possibility of her being afforded extended supervision or parole in the future, sometime in the future, after thousands of hours of therapy, after thousands of hours of counseling, after possibly taking prescribed medications, following the strict adherence to the medication regimen. My client apparently doesn't seem to have much in the way of a violence in her life, threats to people, and only after an extended period of time of living appropriately, vigilantly, could she have the possibility of being considered for supervised release. So I agree with what Mr. Hyland and Ms. Nitz have to say about their recommendations, and I'd ask that you consider that, Your Honor. I'd ask that the sentences for counts 1, 2, and 3 all be concurrent to each other, as recommended by Forte Investigations, and then I'd ask that you consider granting her consideration for extended supervision, make her complete a mental health assessment, comply with all recommendations, have her complete an AODA assessment and follow those recommendations, submit a DNA sample that's required under Wisconsin law. I think that Forte Investigations did a very good job, a very detailed analysis of my client's problems. They did an alcohol and other psychoactive substance abuse evaluation and concluded and opined that my client has a history of using mind-altering substances, that that she had some losses in her life, but that she also had some good parts of her life where she graduated from high school, had a baby, had jobs. It talks about the history of using substances. And I took some notes on that. Well, it looks like she started using alcohol at age 6 and then continued onward with using marijuana, maybe at about 14 or so, and then got into stimulants, the methamphetamine, and started using methamphetamine at age 21. You know, using these drugs, the methamphetamine is probably one of the worst drugs you can possibly use, but it changes your brain. It changes the chemical composition of your brain. It causes all kinds of problems. She used marijuana for sometimes almost daily until she got to be 21. So you can understand maybe how her thinking and her judgment and her ability to process was completely impaired. And then you add another layer of the mental health problems. Of course, it's going to create hallucinations and auditory and visual hallucinations where she doesn't go to sleep, stays up all night, stays up for days on end. Certainly, she was under the influence of methamphetamines at the time of this offense. And she really hasn't had much in the way of treatment. I think treatment could help fix or reduce some of the problems that she has. I think she's open to it because she tried it in the past. And maybe she resorted to drugs, Your Honor, because that's what she saw her mother do as far as using alcohol or other things, and that's how they coped. You know, you learn from your parents. My client, apparently, according to Carrie Nitz, meets the criteria for substance misuse diagnosis, and all the different diagnoses are as follows: alcohol use disorder, cannabis use disorder, severe opioid use disorder, morphine, stimulant use disorder, methamphetamine, stimulant use disorder, crack cocaine, and that Carrie Nitz, NITZ, recommends that Ms. Schuabusiness engage in treatment in a residential or inpatient service program where she can receive intensive services in a structured environment with a focus geared towards motivational and intervention strategies, as well as promotion of recovery and close monitoring of sobriety. And it's recommended that these services be received duly with the services to address her significant mental health related issues. Providing these kinds of services and recommendations, it may be possible for Taylor Schuabusiness to obtain control of her life, engage in meaningful relationships with others, and adequately address her substance misuse, and which could possibly change the direction of her life, benefiting her and the criminal justice system. I think it would be a tragedy to, as an argument on behalf of my client, to give her life in prison without the possibility of parole. I think that the court should definitely take into account what the defense is recommending, what the independent pre-sentence investigation is recommending, and what Michael Thurian is recommending. I don't believe that my client wanted to do this or liked doing it. I think that she really wasn't able to completely understand or fathom what was going on. And when she was talking to detectives from the Green Bay Police Department, she was still hopped up on drugs. Her mind just wasn't thinking straight. How could it? But she was cooperative and told law enforcement what happened, gave them information that helped with their investigation. The fact that she was cooperative should be considered by the court.
You don't have a choice.
I calculated the jail credit, and she was arrested on February 22nd of 2022. So through today, I come up with 581 days of credit. I talked to my client. I I don't know how many hits of meth she took. She indicated maybe it was 51 hits prior to the incident, but she took a lot of meth. I would argue and submit that the more you use, the worse it gets, especially if you have an underlying mental health problem. And the underlying mental health problem, as Dr. O'Donnell states, it was exacerbated by the heavy use of drugs. And, you know, the doctors and the state, it seems like, other than Dr. Lighton, who said that woman is psychotic, all the other doctors seem to think that, oh, my client does not have a mental health diagnosis or a mental health issue, and she does. That's why she was under a court order under the state of Wisconsin for civil commitment and a medication order. I would also argue that the fact that she used marijuana at a young age, 12, 13, 14, whatever it was, and whether it was daily or not, it likely changed the chemical composition of her brain and made her incapable of making rational decision. Her brain, her thought process, her ability to think rationally all got eroded over time. And Your Honor, there are aggravating factors here, but there are also mitigating factors. And I would argue that Taylor Denise Schuabusiness has many redeeming social qualities. She could turn her life around with counseling, with education, support of her family, support of her dad, support of her aunt and cousin that's in the courtroom, with medication management through a psychiatrist or psychologist or therapist or doctor, possibly getting back on injectable antipsychotic medications to treat her psychiatric and other problems, get into criminal thinking classes in the prison, maybe have a full psychiatric evaluation, and have a structured daily regimen. And this young lady, I've worked with her for quite a long time. I've seen a lot of positive things in her. And I think that part of it has been...
I have to go pick up the baby. I'll be listening on my phone.
The drugs were just clouding everything, where she couldn't think straight and just wasn't making right decisions. But she can turn it around. She can make better decisions in the future with help. And I think there is a nexus between her substance abuse problem and mental health history. Certainly my client needs punishment. The public needs to be protected. But also a factor is rehabilitation. And after time, after years, she should be given that opportunity to be released under supervision of the Department of Corrections. She'll need close rehabilitative control. But she deserves a chance. And I mean, the court has to weigh the scales of justice. We see them all the time. From testimony, from records, from arguments, from exhibits, and from what people say, what victims say, what Michael Therian says. So I would ask that you consider these arguments on behalf of my client, Your Honor. As to the recommendations of Forte Investigations, I'd ask that you go along with that, ask that it all be concurrent, give her the credit that I already stated. And as to the revocation matter, defense would agree that she should receive 1 year in jail. We ask that it be concurrent to any other sentence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Schuabusiness, this is your opportunity to address me. If there's anything on your mind you'd like to say before I pass sentence.
No, there isn't.
Okay. Very good. Well then, when passing sentence on cases like this, the court has to consider the factors set forth in State versus Galleon. So I have to consider the gravity of the offense, the character of the defendant, the need to protect the public, as well as other aggravating and mitigating circumstances, including rehabilitative needs and punishment and deterrence, and then craft a sentence in each case that's appropriate. In this case, when I consider the defendant's character, I can say that over the course of this case, I've learned a great deal about you, Ms. Schuabusiness. First of all, you were born in Chicago, lived there until you were about age 10, 12 rather. You seem to have had a stable childhood. You were loved by your mother and your father and your brother. And unfortunately, your mother passed away when you were 12, your brother passed away in a vehicle accident, and your dad's incarcerated. But I'm confident that all three of them probably still love you very much. Her father's employment was transferred to Green Bay when she was about 12 years old, and hence began the contact Ms. Schabusiness had with this community. She attended Bayport High School. At about 16, she moved to Texas to live with her grandfather. She graduated from high school in Cotulla, Texas, and eventually came back to Green Bay because she missed her father and her brother, which again doesn't surprise me any because, as I've indicated, I think they both love her very much. She's worked in this community. I read over the pre-sentence investigation report that I ordered, and that outlines some work experience that she has, and I think that's a favorable character trait because, quite frankly, not everyone that lives in this community does work, and I think it indicates someone who wants to get out and support themselves and not make anybody else do it. But that reflects on character. She has a limited court record. Certainly we have pretty much the entire extent of her criminal record in front of us here today. But it's a limited record that reflects on character. She's got a family who cares about her. And although sometimes I think people take that for granted, if you sit in this courtroom long enough, you'll realize that you should never take your family for granted because so many people come in sitting in that chair in an orange jumpsuit and have absolutely no one who will come in and say, I'm with her. And that takes a little bit of fortitude to come in and do that. And frankly, today she's got extended family that comes in and does that for her because her direct family are unable to do that for various reasons. And so I think that speaks to Ms. Schabusiness's character because there's people in this world who find value and worth in her that they're willing to come in and stand behind her. So I think that reflects on character. I'm cognizant of the fact that she began using drugs at a very young age. Marijuana at age 12, cocaine at around 18, and methamphetamine at around 18 as well. And we've heard a lot of testimony about drug usage. I don't have any doubt that that has an impact on how people conduct their lives and behave from moment to moment. But quite frankly, as far as this incident and these events go, I think I've spoken to this already in prior hearings, but the fact of the matter is, when I watched the interview with law enforcement shortly after these events, I observed someone who was lucid, understanding what was going on, was tracking what was being asked of her, her answers were tracking. Everything seemed to be together at that moment. I don't really see the influence of drugs now. It doesn't mean it's not there, but I didn't see it in that interview, which is the most close proximity to the events of this night that we have is that interview. And right then and there, she seemed to be very lucid in what she was doing. But I don't doubt that there's a long history of drug use, serious drug use. Methamphetamine is a plague in this community, and it seeped into this case as well. And it's something that we have to constantly fight against. It's not a battle that the system wins often, but we're making some headway. And every little step we take is perhaps one life that can be saved as a result of that drug coming into this community. But it's a big problem, and it is in this case. I've heard about Ms. Schabusiness's mental health history. I've read stacks and stacks of mental health records that have come in as recently as a few days ago. And I read them over, which allowed me to learn even more about Ms. Schabusiness and about her character and who she is as a person. I've heard about her son who lives in Texas, and I'm absolutely convinced that she loves her son. I'm going to say more about that in a minute, but that's a piece of who she is because she's a mom. And I think that is a title that is a precious title, and it's an important title. I'm also convinced that a person comes into this court with their life up to that point in time as a demonstration of their character. What kind of a person are they? What do they bring to the table as a member of the human community? Not just this community, but as a community, the human community as a whole. And there are some things about Ms. Schuabusiness that speak well of that. I was a little bit put off by a statement that I read in the pre-sentence investigation report, frankly, from her father. He said on page 17 of that report, "I feel like the system could have helped Taylor and kind of failed her as well." And I reflected on that because it's difficult to understand who people refer to when they say the system fails people. Because you know what? It's not the job of the system to raise people's children. The system tries to do that. The system is not perfect. Like our fight against methamphetamine is not perfect, but we carry the fight on. People in our community get into the system, be that the court system or the system dealing with child protection. Really, I think what they're referring to, I don't know, but it seems to be the government. The government needs to come in and do more to take care of people who have gone astray. And I'm not sure that that's the case. Nonetheless, attempts are made. Attempts are being made in this courthouse every day. And to suggest that somehow it's the system that failed, it always surprises me a little bit when people come into court. They're coming in an orange jumpsuit and chains to suggest that it's the system that's failed my daughter. There's a certain irony in that. There really is. And it disturbed me when I read that piece. I'm not so sure it's really relevant to what should happen to Ms. Schuabusiness, but it was relevant to what I heard from this witness here today, because I think the system does the best it can. It's imperfect, and it has very much to do with the amount of resources that the public wants to put into the system, and those resources are finite. But as I say, in this building, the system is doing everything it can to fight drug use with all of our treatment courts, with everything we do, to try to help push back the plague of drug use that's occurred and that we've heard so much about in this case. So I read that statement. I heard from Ms. Schuabusiness's father. He is coming in here to talk about his daughter, who's also going through the system, and I couldn't help but think of everything I heard about Ms. Schuabusiness's son, because it seems to be a cycle. It seems to be just a circle. It's coming around again, so that if he ever finds himself in the situation that his mother finds himself in, where she's the only one he's got left to come in and speak for him, again, I guess it's the system that's done something, but it all starts, frankly, at somebody's home and what they have to offer to their children. And so anyways, I reflect on that. But I'm also convinced that, no one is responsible for where they come from. But you are responsible for where you're going. So there's a lot of tragedy that has occurred in Ms. Schuabusiness's life. There really is. I've already reflected on some of that. And it almost seems as if you could apply the phrase, she never had a chance, to Ms. Schuabusiness. But as I said, you're not responsible for where you come from, but you are responsible for the choices you make about where you're going. And Ms. Schuabusiness has got to be held responsible for that, and this is the ending of a process that is doing just that. At the same time, I'm absolutely convinced that, irrespective of the sentence that Ms. Schuabusiness gets, which in light of these charges is going to be a life sentence, every human being has the ability to move forward and find meaning in their life, and Ms. Schuabusiness has that opportunity, just like anybody else in this courtroom. She has the ability to do that, and I certainly hope that for her. But all of those things I reflect on when I consider the character of this defendant. Next, I move on to the gravity of the offense. And I sit in this chair often, and I address situations where people have been have lost their lives, or people have been violated terribly. And I always indicate that really the offense in this case can't be overstated. And that seems very appropriate to say that in most cases. when there's been such a death or a violation. But in this case, it seems different. In this case, you seem to run out of superlatives when describing what happened in this case. You really do. The list of superlatives don't seem to measure up to what you see and what you hear about, and what we heard about in the trial. This crime offends human decency, it offends human dignity, and it offends the human community. It really does. When someone loses their life needlessly, it's tragic. It really is. It's tragic for family and friends and community. When life is taken by from a person in the fashion that it was in this case, where the victim's remains are cut up and packaged in containers, it's difficult to identify a human nature in those activities. It really is. It's very troubling. It's difficult to recognize the general belonging that most people have for their community. It's difficult to recognize community in anything that happened in this case. This is a small community that we live in, where the web of relationships almost encompass everyone who lives here, such that people look out for each other and care when something bad happens to one of our members. And in a broader sense, the community we exist in is the human community, as I've reflected on, and these actions are foreign to all of that community, and they shock the community beyond the ability to adequately express in words. They really do, and that's the gravity of this offense. That is the gravity of this offense. There aren't superlatives for it. There aren't really words for it. You can get a sense of it. You can get a sense of it and a feel for it, but there's no really way to express the gravity of this offense. So the need to protect the public is an important factor the court needs to struggle with as well. And in light of what I've just indicated, I think it's plain that there is a need to protect the public in this case. As I said, this behavior seems so removed from the human community as to be unpredictable. It really is. And in a place where this kind of an offense, kind of actions, kind of a crime is possible, with no advanced warning signs, and absolutely anything's possible then. Where this kind of a thing is possible, absolutely anything is possible. And from that, the public needs protection. They really do. I've outlined, what I think are aggravating circumstances in this case. There are mitigating circumstances, as I've said. There's things about Ms. Schuabusiness regarding her upbringing and what brought her here, the struggles she's had with some mental health issues, and struggling perhaps in the context of those issues with a family who wasn't always as present as they could have been. Those are mitigating sets of circumstances. But all of those things weigh into what this court has to address. So when I consider what is an appropriate sentence, first, I think the law requires that I at least look at least for some of these cases, take a look at probationary sentences. Those aren't appropriate. They would diminish the severity of the offense. But at this time, given all the factors that I have to consider, it's the decision of this court and the judgment of the law that Ms. Schuabusiness be sentenced as follows. As to in 22 CF 363, count 1, that's the first degree intentional homicide as a repeater. It's a Class A felony. Going to impose life imprisonment without the possibility of extended supervision. I believe that's appropriate in light of the findings that I've already made. As far as count 2, mutilation of a corpse as a repeater, a Class F felony, I'm going to adopt the recommendation of the pre-sentence investigation writer, 7.5 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That'll be consecutive to count 1. As far as count 3, third degree sexual assault as a repeater, Class G felony, I'm going to impose 3 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That will be consecutive to count 2 and count 1. As far as the revocation cases, I'm going to impose 1 year of incarceration on each of those counts. Those will run concurrent to the other offenses. I've reviewed, as I've indicated, reviewed both of the pre-sentence investigation reports. There's certainly valuable things in them. I'm going to, as conditions of supervision, I'm going to require no contact with the victim's family, maintain absolute sobriety, complete SOT assessment and treatment follow-through, obtain and maintain full-time employment. To the extent there's ever supervision, GPS monitoring, I'm going to require an AOD assessment and follow-through, psychological evaluation and follow-through. The recommendations that are contained in the pre-sentence investigation report submitted by the defense indicates or suggests that there be services engaged in for substance abuse and other mental health issues. That's a reasonable suggestion, and I think I've encompassed it in the recommendations that I've made, which is there needs to be a compass evaluation and follow through with any treatment recommendations that are proposed. But again, an AODA assessment and follow through and psychological evaluation so that Ms. Schuabusiness can get the help that she needs while she serves this sentence. I'm going to order court costs. It's $538 per count. That's a total of $1,614. That'll be the order of the court. I do need to indicate, as I'm required to at sentencing, that now that Ms. Schuabusiness is convicted of a felony, she'll lose her right to vote until it's given back to her by the governor or by state law, and she may not possess firearm or wear body armor. Any other record you'd like me to make, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich, any other record?
Your Honor, the 581 days credit for time served.
Any objection to that?
No, and there's an additional 60 days on the revocation case.
No objection to that.
581 days credit on the first case, and then on the revocation cases, 60 days credit. And that'll be the order of the court. Then, Mr. Freilich, you can go over your client's appeal rights with her.
Yes, I will.
And with that, then, this matter is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm back. It's already over. Gotta go pick up the baby. Let me turn on this camera. Let's see. Okay. So I guess that's it. I missed the one thing I wanted to see is the uncle. I missed the beginning part.
Microphone right above.
Chad's no excuse for. I basically just wanted to say that there's no excuse for what you've done. I don't care if it's drugs or upbringing, you know. We all go through hard times growing up, at least the majority of us have. You have the opportunity to change that. You have the opportunity to, you know, see that you have a problem. There's, you know, I've been in recovery a little over 3 years. In AA. I drank for 41 years. I realized I had a problem. So there's just, basically to me, you took the easy way out. It's you did the most cowardly, weakest things that you could do possible. You know, you meet a person in school, you say he's your friend, you become friends, become girlfriend, boyfriend, lovers, gain his trust, an innocent person that's very kind, would do anything for you. And I believe you used that and you had this plan and took your opportunity when you did. There's no excuse, you know, I don't see it no other way. To take advantage of someone's kindness like that, that's like the most irritating thing for me. You know, you get to know somebody, they trust you, and then you do that. You say, and then you say that you're a friend, you're his friend. You said that in the statements. It's like, man. But you know, I walked into a program and it's free. You know, you can go get help and it's free. All over the place there's help. And it doesn't cost a dime, you know. It's either, and the first thing they tell you in there, you know, you want to continue doing what you're doing, it's going to be jail, institution, or death. And you chose that path, and you chose the wrong path. They sit here talking about being rehabilitated. Is Shad's mother going to ever rehabilitate from this? No, but you can go to an institution, you can go to prison and try to be rehabilitated, but I don't see no reason why you'd have parole after the doctor had just mentioned once you have so much damage that it's irreversible. You know, so why would... Don't make no sense to me even to have the option of parole to come back and to gain someone's trust like that again. You know, because that is like the lowest thing a person can do. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that. And the biggest thing is, you know, it, like I said, you know, the help is free and it's there. You chose not to take, you know, I'm sure you knew you had a problem, you know. You can't blame it on childhood. You know, there's help out there. And if you take the path to go get the help, you wouldn't be in this situation right now. None of us would be in this situation. But to take the cowardly path that you did and to make other people suffer because you were suffering is pretty shitty. So that name Taylor Schuabusiness fits you well. And I'm not a praying man, but after Judge Walsh's sentences today, I will pray that you meet the same fate as your idolistic Jeffrey Dahmer. So have a good life, Schuabusiness.
Let's go, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck that. Now, the father, you know, I don't know, you can't tell people, I guess, how to grieve or anything like that. And I'm not in that situation. So just from the outside in, I was surprised, you know, but my thought behind that was maybe that's his way of, you know, and people certain beliefs too and stuff like that. But maybe that's his way of, you know, I don't know, grieving and like just part of like me just forgive and like let this part go, I guess. But they used what the father said to make her case to have parole, which was interesting too, which they didn't get. The only thing I could see, like, because the judge ordered some type of, like, I don't know, some mental evaluations and stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe if they find something, maybe she could appeal on that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised because just all the things that she did, and not even just the things that she did. This woman, I never once saw this woman say she's sorry. In the very least, say she's sorry. Even at the very end, she had one last opportunity. The judge said, "You have anything else?" You know, no, I have nothing. So, I mean, that's isn't the basic first thing is to at least be sorry. I'm not forgiving you if you're. I mean, you're not even sorry. I don't know, but you know, it is what it is. I think the prosecutor did a good job. Prosecutor did a good job and like standing up and fighting for Shad, and I think the uncle as well. You know, he's just emotional and kind of let it rip because and part of me. So this is like I guess like a spit mask or something like that. She never had this the entire trial. Now today for the sentencing, she has this shit on her. Maybe she was spitting on people. She has been known to act out. I think it's just to add spice to the shit, to try to maybe hope that, like, yeah, she's like insane, and so we should give her less time so she could be rehabilitated, and you know, theatrics. So, but hey, she's found guilty. Justice for the family. No, I mean, I don't know. One thing, maybe she had some type of remorse. That was the victim's uncle, I believe. That was the victim's uncle. That was Shad's family. The father and the uncle. Her family already had spoken. Her grandmother spoke earlier, and her father, that has sexual assault charges against the child, spoke on her behalf. And I really liked how the judge was kind of like, the father, this guy out of all people, the one that's like sexually charged for sexually assaulting a child, walking in there talking about the system failed and stuff. And the judge said it's kind of like the irony, you know, and yeah, that there's system failures and stuff like that. But he said, like, you're responsible for your kid. You cannot not be a parent, be shitty, fail your kids, and just be like, oh well, the system failed. You failed. And honestly, I don't even think the father did a good job of advocating for his own daughter. You did a shitty job. It was not much of an effort. Not only that, during the trial, I'm not going to say anything about them saying I love you to each other, but at some point, I thought they said something about like a team, a football team that was playing or something like that. Anybody remember that? I forgot. They I don't know, it said something. Yeah, to me, even the other witness that was Shad's friend, and I guess her friend, this the whole thing of like the peace sign and nodding at each other and kind of like, you're not a friend of Shad. You know what I'm saying? This guy was chopped, killed, murdered, dismembered, all kinds of stuff. The body parts are left for his mother. And he's in there. I saw her peace sign. I'm assuming he did a peace sign. He kind of nodded and kind of like as if they're cool and shit. Go Bears, right? So to me, yeah, she's not remorseful at all. This whole thing to her was a joke and a game. She's laughing. It's fucking fun. They're doing peace signs to each other. They're talking about Go Bears and stuff. Nah, there's no parole. No. No. And I would be really offended if that was me in court. That was my family in court in a murder trial. These people are laughing around. No, fuck the parole. No. Mel's diaper is better. So that trial to me, it was somewhat interesting. I mean, we kind of like knew the outcome. It was like open and shut. It wasn't like a Murdoch trial where it was like you really didn't know what the outcome was going to be, and even the experts thought that it was going to be like a hung jury or not guilty, and he was found guilty. It wasn't like a trial like that. It was kind of like pretty open and shut somewhat. And I like that the uncle threw the Jeffrey Dahmer thing in there too. The Jeffrey Dahmer fanatic, you know. Yeah, just really horrific stuff. Be a Kind Human says, "Are you going to cover the sex therapist murder trial?" I don't know. When is that? When is that coming up? There's some things. I know in November we have Harmony Montgomery, which is like we have to do that Harmony Montgomery trial in November. Let me see the trial date again. November something. Definitely want to do that. I don't know what's coming up this month. November 20th. Oh, damn. So we still got a bit to go. They said November 20th is jury selection. So we got like 2 months maybe. Yeah. I don't know when Chad Daybell is. And Lori's supposed to still have something. I thought there was something else for Lori. I don't know what's coming up with Lori Vallow. It's already started? Oh, okay. Thank you for all the super chats too. Jane, thank you for the super chat earlier. Risa, thanks for the super chat. Says give her a lawyer. Give her and her lawyer the chair. KJ, thank you for the 9 months. That's a man that's good with God, or it's a mind game and someone inside gonna get her. Did he sign the contract? Confused. How about you, Mel? Hugs. Yeah, that's what so I guess I just addressed that. Yeah, that was my thoughts as far as like it could just be religious, forgiving and stuff like that. I think certain people, that's how they, people do different things. That's how maybe you can kind of try to forgive and maybe it's less painful. Botham, forgot the guys. Botham Jean was murdered by the police officer, and Botham's, I think, sibling, I think his brother, walked in court and said, "I forgive you." It was a really emotional thing, and they literally like hugged and stuff, and she was crying. Let's see, Botham Jean, brother, yeah, hugs Amber Geiger.
I don't want to say twice or for the 100th time what you've or how much you've taken from us. I think you know that. But I hope you go to God with all the guilt, the bad things you may have done in the past. Each and every one of us may have done something that we're not supposed to do. If you truly are sorry, I know I can speak for myself. I forgive you. And I know if you go to God and ask Him, He will forgive you. And I don't think anyone could say it.
That's true,
Again,
Carolyn.
I'm speaking for myself, not even behalf of my family. But I love you just like anyone else. And I'm not gonna say I hope you rot and die just like my brother did, but I personally want the best for you. And I wasn't gonna ever say this in front of my family or anyone, but I don't even want you to go to jail. I want the best for you. Because I know that's exactly what both of them would want you to do. And the best would be give your life to Christ. I'm not gonna say anything else. I think giving your life to Christ would be the best thing that both of them would want you to do. Again, I love you as a person. And I don't wish anything bad on you. I don't know if this is possible, but can I give her a hug, please? Please?
Yes.
This was huge back then when it was happening. I was like, everybody was like shocked. It was pretty powerful. There was a lot of mixed feelings about it, you know. This lady here. That's Amber Geiger. She's the cop that shot and killed his brother, the guy that's hugging Amber. It was a pretty crazy case. And the other thing too, because I was covering it back then, so that there was this guy testifying the crazy shit, right? And it's so fucked up. There was this guy that was testifying. This guy here, Joshua Brown, he was testifying. They should have never showed his face. There was people that wanted him dead, I believe. He's had issues in the past where there was an attempt, like I covered this a long time ago. I pulled up the some court records. They had, some people had tried to kill him in the past. And so after his testimony, he got killed. After testifying during his trial. Oh, they found the people too. A man accused of killing a witness in a high-profile murder trial 4 years ago has been arrested and is now in jail in Dallas County. Dallas County jail records show Thaddeus Green was booked on May 18th. See, I already knew this is what was up with this guy. Let me see if I can find the video. I already knew this shit. And these people were, some of the people in the comments like, "What, are you a cop?" Like back then, they were like, I guess people were like surprised you just can pull up court records and stuff. Let's see.
So from in the hallway, you can.
I did a more in-depth video. I'll just show a snippet of this one, but.
So from in the hallway, you can hear.
And everybody loved this Dragon Ball Z shirt.
His activities inside his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? You have to say it out loud, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
News. I wasn't ready to make a video. I was working on some projects, but this came across my news feed from TMZ. Botham Jean's neighbor shot dead. Joshua Brown. We were literally just watching his testimony the other day on live stream. It hasn't even been a week since that trial has ended. In a couple days. He was, one of the things that he said during the testimony was that he never heard Amber shout any commands. that a normal police officers would normally shout. You know, hey, stop, put your hands up, hey. He says he didn't hear any of that. So Joshua Brown. Late night iCkEdMeL, 2 a.m, and I had an epiphany. I was doing research. Something I realized, and I want to share that with you guys. You know, he did have a criminal record, okay? I think that there was people probably after him. There was people probably not happy with him. He was very public, did a lot of live streaming, dropping his location, doing a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, while he was like at trial on his social media, he was streaming, I guess, after or like chilling. Like you could, people knew where he was at. Like, it was easy to know, I guess.
Online, I do believe that the people that did this to him that night that they killed him, they were watching him probably on live stream. The lawyers, they knew about his criminal history. Toby Shook didn't bring it up because he felt that Joshua helped corroborate her story, that he was describing exactly what Amber testified to. So feel how you feel about that, but I want to focus on the shooting. Joshua Brown, 2018, November 23rd, Northwest Dallas Strip Club. And this is where there's a bit of confusion, I think. It says here, Brown and his friends tried to leave. 26-year-old Kendall Deshaun Morris grabbed a gun from his SUV and handed it to the man. This person's unidentified for whatever reason. Brown had fought. The man started shooting the 25-year-old Nicholas Diggs and striking Brown in the foot. The man, so the shooter, started shooting, killing Nicholas Diggs and striking Brown in the foot. Now, this is a little bit important to understand the context of what happened in this moment. And there's some other stuff, because Joshua pointed out in a photo lineup the shooter and the guy that handed the gun. Not only that, well, let's just get to the documentation. But I want you guys to know this. According to Dallas PD, so I'm not pointing fingers at any of these people, were the shootings connected? Dallas police said Tuesday that they had no evidence. So they have no evidence. So the affidavit, the arrest warrant, okay? This is from the officer's perspective doing...
Now, I redacted the names, but I'm pretty sure, I feel like Thaddeus was one of the people that I redacted, the guy that's now arrested.
The investigation, I guess at the time, it says one named suspect, Kendall Deshaun Morris, did then there in the city of Dallas, Texas, commit the offense of murder, a violation, blah, blah, blah. Affian's personal investigation of the alleged offense. Now, here's where things get interesting. There's two things that I noticed. Well, one I noticed immediately, the photo lineup thing, and the other one, I'm going to ask you guys and see if you knew this. November 23rd, 2018, Dallas police officers responded to the 911 call. This is the address of the strip club. When officers found complainant Nicholas Diggs lying in the middle of the street deceased, complainant Diggs, Morris, and somebody else, I'm assuming that's the gunman, and several of their friends were out celebrating a birthday for somebody. So what I didn't understand, this is what I just found out, and I looked at this document several times. This guy Nicholas came there with these other guys. They were actually all friends. So one of their own friends, the guy that died was actually their friend. I thought the guy that died was Joshua's friend. I don't know why I thought that. So they're at this birthday party. They went to multiple clubs in the Dallas area before.
It might be unrelated. I don't know, because this... Oh, no. I did hear these names before, but this 2018 incident might be completely unrelated. Because the people that killed him, it says Jacarius Mitchell, Michael Mitchell, and Thaddeus Green were indicted for the shooting death of Brown on October 4th. The indictment said that 3 men attempted to rob him. And I remember that this guy was streaming. Previously, Dallas Assistant Chief Police Avery Moore said Brown was killed after an argument escalated with Green in the parking lot of Brown's apartment complex. Brown allegedly shot and wounded Jacarius Mitchell, according to Moore. Green then shot Brown twice and took a backpack from Brown and the gun used to wound Mitchell. Brown's death came 10 days after he testified in the trial of Geiger, 31, who was convicted of murder, fatally shooting Botham Jean in his Dallas apartment in 2018. Okay. And so this witness lived across from Botham.
Brown had been shot before. Okay, so this is what this 2018 thing. Brown had survived the shooting nearly a year before his death. His attorney Lee Merritt said he was shot near a strip club in Dallas in November 2018. Merritt said Nicholas Shaquan Diggs was killed in the shooting. Both Brown and his family believed he was targeted in the shooting by someone he knew and had grown up with. And he was concerned that that person might try to come back and finish the job, Merritt said, adding that the shooter in that case hasn't been arrested. Brown moved out of South Side Flats about 3 months after Jean was killed in September 2018. He tried to keep a low profile intentionally until some of the heat from the shooting in November passed over. So, I don't think we need to play this. We should probably get off, but came out there. So, man, I don't know. That's back in the day. But anyway, that whole thing, just to say that, yeah, people do different things and forgive different ways. That Botham John thing where he hugged the person, you know, who knows how anybody would really act in that situation. But, you know, Taylor, there's just no remorse with that lady at all. She doesn't give a shit. You know, clearly doesn't give a shit. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much for watching today with me. I didn't think we were going to be here almost 5 hours, really, now. Almost 5 hours. So, but yeah, no, it's been good hanging out. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you follow me, like, on Twitter, Facebook, obviously here, YouTube, Twitch, or Discord. One of the things that has notifications, in case I run out here on YouTube, you can get my notifications for the live. And, yeah, I guess that's it, man. So take care. Love you guys. Bye. Adios. Maybe we'll get a chase, man. We're due for a chase. I missed a really good chase over the weekend. Maybe we can watch it sometime. But yeah, we're definitely overdue for a nice, good chase. We're overdue for a trial as well. We need to do a trial. One should be coming up soon. I mean, definitely Harmony. I don't know if we can squeeze something in between. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Stay tuned, right? Take care. Love you guys. Bye. Thank you so much for the super